committee to order at 5:32. Members of my committee are Council Waterman and Council Blair. We have several pieces of business with 3 people coming up. First, we have Julie Hall for taxation. All right. Thanks for coming, Julie.
Hi, how are you? So my name is Julie Hall. I live at 140 North Main Street and Attleboro, of course. And I'm here to look for an appointment to the Elderly and Disabled Taxation Exemption Committee. And what experience I have and skills do I have that would make me a good candidate for this position? And that is, well, I am actually a senior now.
There you go.
Just recently became a senior. Yeah. So like-minded, and so this is very near and dear to me. And I've always been an advocate of the seniors, as I know that you have also, and I appreciate that. But just before I left the City Council, I had been looking into the Seekonk tax exemption program and researching possible ways to lessen the tax burden on our senior population. We all had anticipated the debt exclusion for the high school at that point in time and the subsequent increases into the taxes to pay for the new high school. And we knew that that was going to be a huge burden with the loan on the senior residents in particular. One of the things that we knew that was a difficulty with a majority of the senior population is they are on a fixed income for the majority of them. So when there is something such as this, it causes a difficulty. A huge change to their income is devastating for them. And they have to make changes, huge changes in decisions, what they're going to buy, what they're not going to buy when something like this happens. And we've talked about that a lot and try to figure out ways that we could maybe mitigate some of those problems. I don't know how much has been done in between, but when I did see this come up in my water bill, I was very ecstatic to see that. I contributed to this fund myself. So when I did get asked if I wanted to be on the committee, I was very happy to be able to do that. So again, I did look into this with Seekonk. I'm glad to see that it's finally come out, and I am very happy to have the opportunity. It's going to be interesting to see how this money now, there is money there, and how we disperse this money is in a fair and equitable way is going to be the task at hand now. So why am I interested in the position? I think I covered that a little bit as I'm talking right now. Again, the seniors are on a fixed income. They're not able to generate new income. You know, most of them are not able to go out and work. I, in particular, did go out, just recently, did go out and get a job, but most of the people are not able to go out and get a second job. Some people, especially those that are disabled, are not able to go out and generate new income. So again, when we burden them with an additional taxation, they have to make choices of what they're not going to be able to do. And that, in my mind, is very, very, very devastating. So that's why I'm interested in this position. So what's the issue in the front of this committee? Again, how to distribute these contributed dollars fairly and equitable by setting up reasonable and logical eligibility criteria. And so I have gone as a guest already to some of these meetings, and we are in the process of looking at some of the towns, cities and towns. Some of the cities and towns have already done this. Mm-hmm. So it's not like we're reinventing the wheel. That's a good thing. They're already, Seekonk in particular, and I keep bringing this up, and there is another town that they have forms that are already set up. They have eligibility criteria that is working quite well. So it's not like we have to reinvent this. One of the things we did talk about that's going to be interesting is you can set up some very some strict, I guess, or very logical criteria, but you always, the hard part is exceptions. You know, and I talk about this a lot because it's good to have fair and equitable, but there's always exceptions to the rules. And so that's the hard part, is when do you have the exceptions to the rules? You have to be flexible in times like that. So that when we start talking about those kinds of things, you also have to have, when you do have exceptions, you have to have rules for those exceptions. Because once you make an exception, you have to kind of follow rules for the exceptions. So we're talking a little bit about those things. We do have money, so now we do have to be able to exercise this. The other thing is, we want to be able to perpetuate this. We don't want to just say, hey, listen, here's the dollars. Once we get the dollars set out there, that's it. We want to be able to have a way to collect more dollars and keep this going. So those are the two things we're looking at. And what else do we want the council to know about me? I have contributed to the fund. I would continue to contribute to the fund, given the opportunity. I hope that other people will be able to contribute. I hope that we'll have a way and a mechanism to let other people know that once we do have a way to keep this fund going, we want people to know about this. I think community contributions to help each other, when we help each other out, is the best way to do it. I like the idea of federal funds. I like the idea of local funds, but people helping each other, I think, is the way that Attleboro's done things. I like the idea of community helping community. I think that's a wonderful thing, and so I want to continue to keep this going. I want it to get a formal program. I'd like to see the state, come in and contribute to some of this, but let's start it here in Attleboro. Let's have everybody know about it. Let's try to get the word out. And I think private contributions would be a really nice thing to do. So, that's it.
It's possible, I think, that a number of people who are listening right now may not even know this existed. And I would hazard a guess that advertising this program is essential.
Absolutely.
And then we could get overwhelmed.
Yes, I'd love to get overwhelmed. This is something we would love to get overwhelmed with. We have talked about how to do just that, to be able to advertise this once we get it going. But of course, we have to have our ducks in a row, be able to tell people how it's going to be done fair and equitable. I think having the eligibility criteria is very, very important. People are going to want to know how it's done and how it's going to be done fairly and equitably. And then getting a website out. So we've discussed a lot of this. We're in the beginning stages of it. So, but really, I think you're right, getting it done. Now, it did go out in the water bills. People kind of, I don't know, how many people read those things and knew exactly what it was all about.
Right.
But I think it's got to be more than just a water bill notice.
Yeah.
But again, I'd love to see this become something that we contribute to on a regular basis.
Sure.
Okay?
Council Blair, any questions? No. You're good. How many years were you in the Air Force?
A little over 30 years.
It's 30 years. Wow.
Yep.
Wow, it's incredible. I know we talked about it, but I couldn't remember, how many it was, but that's unreal. Obviously, you're incredibly passionate about getting this done. You're excited, which is awesome. I mean, you've been on the council, you know how all this works, so you get a leg up on a lot of things, and you're already started on the committee. So I appreciate you coming in, and we look forward to having you on the committee.
Really, thank you. I
Great.
hope you approve me to be on it. I am passionate about it, and I've sat in as a guest, and I'm ready to get started officially. So
Awesome.
thank you so much. Thanks for the time.
Thanks for volunteering,
Thank
Julie.
you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Julie.
Thanks. Nice to see everybody again.
Okay, Marcia? Marcia Sweeney for the Council on Human Rights.
Hi. Yes, so my name's Marcia Sweeney. I live at 113th Street, apartment 9 in Attleboro. And I can answer the questions that were given in regards to why I'm interested in this position. So the first question is, what is my experience and skills that would make me a good candidate? My experience and skills is that for the Human Rights Council is that I've done work with the Safe Schools in Massachusetts for several years. I would travel to different school districts with Safe Schools and speak on behalf of being the parent of a transgender child and how our schools can support transgender youth. I worked in a school system in Foxborough for 5 years as well, and this school had a very diverse population, and I was able to provide students with safe space to chat with me, sit quietly, feel comfortable asking for support and that kind of thing. Why are you interested in this position? I'm interested in this position because I believe that everyone should be shown that they are important, that they matter, and if they're looking for support, that I or we can provide them with support. I've been very fortunate to have family and friends that have been loving and supportive, and I want to be able to give back, what I received. I want to give that back to my community. What's the one issue that's in front of this committee that I'm most passionate about? As you can imagine, one of the issues is the LGBTQ plus community, especially the youth in our schools. And finally, what else would you like the council to know about you? I'd like you to know that I'm very hardworking. I believe that every human being deserves to be treated fairly and with equality. I am looking forward to building connections within the Attleboro community to provide support, safe space, encouragement, celebration, and recognition to our community members that are in need. I'm also excited to be part of an organization that can bring education and awareness to the Attleboro community as a whole, so we can build a city stronger than it is today.
All right, well, thank you. Council Waterman?
I was on this commission as well, Council on Human Rights, before I became a councilor. And we were reviving it at that time. That was about five or 6 years ago.
Okay.
It's become a pretty strong council now. Beyond the LGBTQ, what would you say some of the other possible issues might be that you would see that council addressing and hope to be able to add something to it?
Sure. Individuals with disabilities,
Okay.
our Asian population are, doing work promoting Juneteenth for the community, and just all the different the groups of people, because Attleboro is diverse, taking those individual groups and being able to support them when they need some support.
I appreciate that. That's actually exactly what I would have hoped you might say, and even better.
Okay.
So thank you.
Good, thank you.
Council Lear, you're good? Oh, good, thank you. Well, I mean, it's a great, like Council Waterman said, it's a really great group that we have there, and with all the diversity in Attleboro, it's that important that we continue this and keep bringing in fresh ideas and real life experiences and stuff. And so I can't thank you enough for willing to do this. And what'll happen, and for Stephanie as well, is we'll vote on it in committee, and then we'll vote on it through the council, and then you'll end up getting a letter in the mail. You come on down, and you guys would get voted on. You would get a letter to come in and be sworn in.
Okay.
And then I would just say look for that. All right.
Great.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Appreciate
All right.
it.
Stephanie.
Hi, thank you for having me. My name is Stephanie Elliott. I live at 60 Brownell Street in Attleboro, and I'm here for consideration also for the Attleboro Council on Human Rights. While I don't have any experience in public service yet, I have over a decade of experience in administrative positions in various corporate jobs, which has lent me the ability to manage paperwork, files, computer programs, be efficient, punctual, and to look for ways to optimize my working environments, enhance the experience of both employees and customers, and to work well in a team setting. I'm also an artist and a published author, and I believe that these skills give me the ability to look at issues from a compassionate and creative viewpoint while also understanding the limits and restrictions of a bureaucracy. At this point in my life, I'm looking for opportunities to provide value and input to help build, improve, and be involved in my community. It has been a goal of mine for a long time to find a way to participate in public service. My passion and interest in civil rights and human rights has led me here. As a member of the LGBTQ+ community, I am particularly interested in issues related to and that affect my community. I'm the parent of 2 wonderful children and have been living happily in Attleboro for several years. My spouse is very supportive and enthusiastic about this opportunity for me, and I am hopeful that in addition to and through the relationships that I build within the ACHR, I can find more ways to become more involved in other areas and organizations that help to continue to make Attleboro a nice place to live and move us forward into the future.
Council Waterman?
How did you find out about the Council on Human Rights in the first place?
Well, I attended last year's Pride March, and a friend of mine had a booth there. She represented the Bristol Community College, and so I asked her to put me in touch with the person who helped her organize her booth so that I could volunteer this year, even if it would, like I said, when I went to the council meeting last month, I was like, I'll sweep up. I don't care. Let me be a part of it. Let me volunteer. I'll follow the march with a trash bag and I'll sweep up litter, whatever I can do to help. And that's how she put me in touch with Lori, and Lori invited me to attend a meeting of the ACHR.
So you've already experienced what a meeting is like.
Yeah,
Did anything surprise you?
I loved it. I was very enthusiastic. I felt like everybody at the table, we were all of similar mind and similar goals, and I was just really glad to be a part. So.
Okay, thank you. I'm all set.
That's great. Well, I like your passion, and it's what we look for. It's what we hope for, and it's not easy. It's not everybody wants to pitch in and help out, and so I applaud you for that. And
Thank you.
thank you very much. Any other questions? All right. Well, we're good. Yeah. So just it'll be a few weeks, but hopefully you'll be seeing something in the mail, and just look for that. And you can come down here and see City Clerk Jackson, and she would end up doing the swearing in.
Okay, great.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate
Your
it.
time.
Okay. All right. From the docket of May 16, 2023, I entertain a motion to approve the appointment of Stephanie K. Elliott, 60 Brownell Street, to the Council on Human Rights to fill an expired term to expire February 2026.
I'll second that.
All right, we just heard from Stephanie, and I think this is a great opportunity for the Council on Human Rights. And any other questions? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. From the docket of May 16, 2023, the mayor respectfully submits for confirmation by your honorable body the appointment of Lynn Devine to fill the 3-year term of Personnel Director, term to expire February 2026. Ms. Devine was offered the position with the City of Attleboro effective May 8, 2023, under a temporary 90-day appointment in accordance with the Section 3.3 of the Attleboro Home Rule Charter.
I'll second it so that I can ask a question.
Yes, yeah.
Do we know if Lynn Devine, who I have not yet met, is she going to have a chance to appear before our committee?
I hadn't planned on doing that. She's already working. I mean, if we need to, we could. I just wasn't anything that I was thinking of doing.
I was thinking of it just as a way for us and the public to get to know her a little bit.
Yeah. Well, she's already. I mean, unless I'm saying something wrong, she's already working. We've seen the communications from the mayor.
Right.
She did great with the interviews, and she'd gotten the full support of the interview committee. I mean, we certainly could bring her down at some point, but
After you're done.
okay, yeah, we could certainly bring it down at some point. I just, I'll leave that up to you guys to decide if you want to do that.
I don't think at this time it's necessary. She's on a 90 days
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
appointment?
Right.
We're gonna get a chance to see what she's like, what she looks like, how things are going. I would wait and see how things go before bringing it down before the committee myself personally.
I mean, we generally haven't done that as a rule. I think everybody's welcome to go in and introduce themselves to her, meet with her and stuff, and I'm certainly not against, bringing her down. I mean, we can even bring her down, in front of the council too, if need be.
I personally was much impressed with her resume, and from her resume, I think we're lucky to have her, so.
No, I agree with that.
Couldn't agree more.
And I know the administration is delighted to have her, so.
Yeah, couldn't agree more.
If things don't work out, we have 90 days to look into it before a permanent appointment.
All
I
right.
seconded the motion.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, motion passes. All right. For the docket of May 16, 2023, the mayor respectfully submits for confirmation by your honorable body the appointment of Mason Lord to fill the 3-year term as Director of Budget Administration, term to expire February 2026. Mr. Lord was offered the position in the city of Attleboro effective May 15, 2023, under a temporary 90-day appointment in accordance with Section 3.3B of the Attleboro Home Rule Charter.
Second.
All right. Questions?
It would have been the same question.
Yeah.
And I would hope that with Mason Lord, that we would also get an opportunity
Yeah,
to meet him within 90 days
Yeah,
in
I would
public here.
yeah, I would say that.
I think he's gonna accompany the mayor
Yeah,
anyway, so you're gonna
you're
get a
right.
shot to meet him.
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, everybody is very happy with Mason as well, too, and,
I know Deb Gould spoke very highly of him.
Yeah.
So I know Deb was really impressed by him and, feels that they can work together smoothly and she can teach him the ropes a little bit, whatever he needs. So I know that both her and the mayor were impressed by him.
yeah, absolutely, and that says a lot if,
But yeah, we still look forward to meeting him.
yeah, if Deb, I don't think we need to, for appointment or anything, but, that says a lot if Deb was impressed. Absolutely,
And then again, it's a
yeah.
it's a 90-day appointment. so.
Right, absolutely. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. For the docket of May 16, 2023, the mayor respectfully submits for confirmation by your honorable body the appointment of Marcia Sweeney, 113th Street, Apartment 9, the Council of Human Rights, to fill an unexpired term to expire February 2024.
Second.
Thank you, sir. We just heard from Marcia, and I think she's going to be a great addition to the Council on Human Rights, and I think we're going to be lucky to have her, adding to that wonderful group we have there already. So, any other questions?
I was very impressed by her.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. For the docket of May 2nd, 2023, I entertain a motion to approve the appointment of Julie Hall, 140 North Main Street, Unit 4D, to the Taxation Aid Committee.
Second.
Thank you, sir. Again, passion, 30 years on the Air Force. Julie's been on the council. We all know her very well. She's just an outstanding citizen that volunteers her time in many, many different ways. Any other questions, comments?
Glad she'll make a good member no matter what board
Yeah, there's no-
she serves on.
I agree with that, but this board will really get active, I have a feeling, with Julie there.
She spoke to me early before you guys got here, and she already had some really good ideas that will help, some of the seniors in this town that are desperately can use the help with, the way the taxes have been and the cost of the new school and everything. So we'll be very lucky to have her. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. For the docket of May 2nd, 2023, I entertain a motion to approve the appointment of Peter Fellini, 5 Cathedral Drive, to the planning board to fill unexpired term to expire February 2025.
Second.
Thank you. Peter's a really smart guy. I was very impressed with him. He is, he is someone that is very inquisitive. He does a lot of reading. I've gotten to speak to Peter. He impressed me with his memory, with what he could do. Extremely inquisitive. He's not a rubber stamp kind of guy. He's going to be questioning things and making sure it's going to be the best interest of the city. And the guy just loves to read. So he's already been reading books that Gary gave him and stuff. And I think he's going to be a great addition to the planning board. And everybody has spoken highly of him. Gary has spoken very highly of him. Mayor DeSimone has spoken very highly of him. So I think this is going to be a good addition. So any questions?
No, just a comment.
Yeah.
I know I spoke out and had this postponed, and I'm still not completely satisfied, but as it goes, give me a shot.
Yeah.
I just am leery of the way the appointment comes down at that time.
Yeah.
I don't want another head knobbing on
What
that planning board and looking over.
What you didn't pick up on was, which I don't think anybody picked up on was, and it's no fault of anybody's, was that he was questioning things of Paul, and I think it was one of those that Paul kind of threw out there. Well, look at, if you don't like it, do something about it. Why don't you join the planning board? And I think it was kind of one of those.
Well, we weren't privy to that.
Yeah, no, but that's kind of, I think that's kind of how it went down, and credit to Peter to just not back off and just say, okay, all right, I will do something about it, and I'll get in there and make sure that we're not, like you said, rubber stamping things for builders and and everything else and stuff.
That wasn't my concern.
Yeah.
My concern was that he would be another, that we got to watch that we don't get other appointments to these boards that look for a nod in order to vote.
Couldn't disagree with you more. I mean, meaning I agree with you completely. I don't know if I'm saying that backwards.
That's all right.
I
I've been
agree.
disagreed
My word should be
with. I've been disagreed with before. Many.
My words is I completely agree with you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What helped me was when Gary basically told us in writing about what he felt very positive, and he had about a half hour with him, I believe,
Yeah,
at one
yes.
point.
Yeah.
That helped a lot.
Yeah.
So I will support this.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 3-0. Let's see. Okay, all right. I think that's it. That's it for Personal Veterans Human Services Committee. I call for an adjournment at 6 o'clock.
Second.
All right. Thank you, Councilor Blair. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. We are adjourned at 6 o'clock. All right.
Yeah, hold on a second.
Oh, that's right. Perfect. Perfect time. That never happens. Let's wait.
Call the License Committee to order at 6 o'clock even. And with me, we have Councilor Dolan and myself. And we just have one item, and it's from the docket of September 6, 2022. I would entertain a motion to strike the following. We have received correspondence from Maybill Macul of Emery Convenience Store asking to petition the general court to authorize the granting of one additional wine and malt package store license. There are no licenses currently available. And do I have a second so I
Second.
can address this?
I'm not on a committee.
I'm on it.
You are. You're on it.
Second.
I think I was wondering.
I'm good. Yes, second.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Basically, this Emery Convenience Store request goes on a list. I spoke to Dave Wood today, and it goes to the end of the list as far as the license board is concerned. And the list, he will be number 30 on the list. And we have not had any new, the State House has not issued any, has not told us that we can add any more businesses to this list. And as far as Dave tells me, he and the license board is concerned, the next one on the list would be the most eligible when a position pops open for a license.
I got a couple questions.
Yes, Councilor Angelo, I know.
Sorry, thank you, sir.
That's all right, sorry.
I know we asked about it before, and obviously I'm okay with striking this, don't get me wrong. Actually, I could be wrong, but is that place up for sale? I haven't checked that out, but I thought I saw something somewhere where it might have been up for sale. I hope I'm wrong, it could be completely wrong.
I honestly don't
And I
know.
apologize to Mabeel if I am wrong, because I think he's a great guy and did an incredible job with the place in there. It looks fantastic. But I did notice that. I thought I saw a new liquor store, unless liquor and beer and wine is two different classifications, but I saw across from the plaza, the fairly new plaza in South Attleboro, next to Stop and Shop in South Attleboro, I saw a new liquor store that came up.
That's a transfer. If there's a new liquor store down there going in, that's somebody who bought a license and transferred it down there. There is no liquor licenses available at all.
That's what I thought.
So
Right. Okay.
what you find now is somebody that has one and has had it for a period of time. It's a saleable object, saleable license, and they're worth a ton of money.
Wow, okay.
So I'm sure if there's ones going in there, I think I read something in the paper, that doesn't come before us anyway.
Yeah.
But that's a transfer, I think.
And that's what Dave told me today. He said that even if this business is still in effect, they still have it, that Emery Convenience Store Mobile could purchase a license if he so choose.
Oh, okay, there you go.
And that's how you pretty much get a license most of the time, right?
Yeah, unless somebody absolutely closes up, and walks away, and the license becomes available, then somebody on the next one on the list, basically.
Wow.
But if I can't remember somebody walking away from money.
I can't imagine.
And that's what it is. If you hold the license, as long as you're transferring it or selling it to a reliable person that has a location to put it, it's a saleable item.
Yeah, it is. Any further questions?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? I don't see any. So it passes 2-0, and that is the only business that we have this evening. We'll meet at the next appropriate time.
I'd like to call Public Works to order at 6:05. Oh, wait, did you adjourn?
Oh, yes. All those in favor of
Aye.
adjourning? Aye. Opposed? None. We are adjourned at 6:05.
Let's call Public Works to order at 6:05. I have several motions, but just to let you all know, the first four are all in conjunction with each other. Basically, it's projects that had leftover money that we're transferring to finish paying for Stair Street, so we don't, the Stair Street project, so we don't have to bond anything further. Okay?
Right.
From the docket of May 16, 2023, I entertain a motion to transfer $33,222.99 from 3330-599-000 Deanville Other Financing Uses to 3334-499-000 Stair Street Water Project Other Financing Sources to fund the Stair Street Water Main Project.
Second.
Thank you. Do you want me to just keep going?
Yeah, they're all pretty
Yeah.
self-explanatory.
Just stop me if you have any questions or anything. From the docket of May 16, 2023, I entertain a motion to rescind $77,290.50 of debt authorized by the Honorable Municipal Council on June 2nd, 2020 for the Deanville project.
Second.
From the docket of May 16, 2023, Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. Let me start over. I'm sorry. It's been a couple days for me. So these are all separate motions.
Yeah.
So on the first one, I entertain a motion to transfer the $33,000 from the Deanville project to the Stair Street. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes. I intend a motion to rescind the $77,290.50 of debt authorized by the Honorable Municipal Council on June 2nd, 2020 for the Deanville project. Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. From the docket of May 16, 2023, I entertain a motion to transfer $9,301.38 from 3337-599000 Park Place and Lonsdale Avenue, other financing uses to fund 3334-499000 Stair Street Water Project and to fund the Stair Street Water Main Project.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. From the docket of May 16th, 2023, I entertain a motion to rescind $397,465.57 of authorized unissued debt related to the $1.7 million bond authorization voted on August 20th, 2019 for the Stair Street project.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. Does anybody have any questions on any of those?
No.
I have all the math all laid out if anybody wants to question me.
Is there another member here on your committee besides myself?
Me and Mike and you.
Okay, I'm gonna have to excuse
Okay,
myself
that's
for a
fine.
few minutes.
From the docket of May 16, 2023, I entertain a motion to appropriate $18,000 from account 610035900 Water Enterprise Fund retained earnings to account 61005821516 Water Enterprise Fund plant improvements for shipping costs for West Street Plan traveling screens and parts.
Second.
So there was a contingency on this to cover the purchase and the shipping, and then, of course, the purchasing price went up. So now the contingency will not cover the shipping.
These must be some pretty big screens.
Apparently, she's quite dismayed. I feel like she's been waiting for these for a long time, and she needs them.
Wow.
Do you have any other questions or anything? Anybody else? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. From the docket of May 16, 2023, I entertain a motion to transfer $8,000 from account 610057830 Water Enterprise Fund Reserve Fund for transfer to account 61005531182 Water Enterprise Fund Laboratory Supplies to purchase 2 turbidity meters and parts.
Second.
So these are, if you're interested, so this, it's $7,500 for the pieces and the extra $500 is for the shipping. Do you want to know anything about the turbidity meters?
Yeah. Entertain me.
Okay, that's not what I'm not gonna answer your questions. So these are, let me see, what did she say? So the current instruments have reached their end of useful life, and she needs 2 of them. It's a benchtop instrumentation to measure turbidity in the drinking and processed water for the treatment plants. Turbidity measurement is essential for confirming results from the online analyzers as part of the adjustment of the plant's processes.
I get it. I know even
Are
in
you
my...
entertained?
Huh?
Are you entertained?
I am. No, I was curious what they were. I really didn't know. And
No,
so I
neither did
appreciate
I,
your
of course.
explanation. In my field, we have certain different types of meters, but they're incredibly expensive, and $8,000 is probably not a big cost for something like this.
Well, from my understanding, it's an important piece of equipment.
Oh, absolutely.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. From the docket of May 16, 2023, I entertain a motion to transfer $16,129.30 from account 14201-000-511-000, Public Works salary and wages to account 14201-000-52401. This is for Public Works maintenance of buildings.
Second.
So this is for two things. It's to replace all the NO2 and CO2 throughout the building, and which is $7,386.30. And then the remaining $87.43 is to clean the ducts throughout the building, all the duct work, which hasn't been done since apparently 2016.
That's very important.
Do you have any questions?
Nope.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. And I think I just have one more.
Yep.
I entertain a motion to approve the application of National Grid requesting permission to install a new 35-foot C2 stub pole, P2022-84, 50 feet plus minus across the street southeast of pole 2022, and for permission to lay and maintain underground laterals, cables, and wires in the above or intersecting public ways for the purpose of making connections.
Second.
So this is, if you recall, they're removing the pole from the private citizen's property. Any questions?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. That's all the business for Public Works, and I'd like to call for adjournment at 6:13.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We are adjourned, thank you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I thought our name is selection of Legislative Matters Committee to order at 6:13. Oh, I apologize, I have no committee members this evening. Ordinance Selection of Legislative Matters Committee is canceled for this evening, and Transportation and Traffic Committee are canceled for this evening. Thank you.
I'm here for traffic. Kelly, do you need, or you just don't have any business?
I have one item, but I have no members.
I'm a member of traffic.
I'm a member of traffic. No business.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
IT and infrastructure is canceled. And for budget, we'll go through all the other committees and come back and do budget last to give Councilor Conti a chance to get here. So
Who's next?
who's next?
Public
Zoning and land
safety and
use.
emergency management is canceled this year.
Are you canceling for zoning?
Yeah, we can hear you, Sarah.
Is that,
Zoning, I'm the only one here for zoning right now, so we'll hold off on that one as well.
Oh, Sarah, oh no, not Sonic, sorry.
Reporting, no. I'd like to call to order City Property and Claims Committee at 6:14. And I have two items. One is fairly long, there's 14 items on it, from the docket of May 16th, 2023. I entertain a motion to declare the following public works equipment as surplus and available for disposition. One unknown 18-foot V plow. They're all in poor condition, by the way. Number two is an unknown 12-foot fixed right wing plow. Number three is an unknown 16-foot V plow. Number four, an unknown 14-foot V plow. Number five is an Anderson 10-foot fixed right plow. Number six is a root spring 10-foot fixed right plow. Number seven is a root spring 11-foot fixed right plow. Number eight is an unknown 8-foot angled plow. Number nine is a root spring 10-foot fixed right plow. Number 10 is an unknown 12-foot fixed right wing plow. 11 is a Fink 11-foot fixed right plow. Number 12 is a root spring number 12-foot fixed right plow. Number 13 is an unknown 11-foot fixed right plow. And number 14 is an unknown 10-foot fixed right plow. Again, they're all in poor condition.
Second.
Thank you. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Any concerns or questions?
No?
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. That motion passes. From the docket of May 2nd, 2023, I entertain a motion to approve a 36-month lease agreement between Quadient and the city of Attleboro for one postage machine and one folding machine.
Second.
Thank you. Again, for some reason, I thought I had brought this out already, but I checked back and I did not, so it's coming out this evening. I have no further questions. Anyone else have questions or concerns?
No?
No.
Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that motion passes, and I have no further motions this evening, no further business this evening, so I'd like to call for an adjournment.
Second?
Thank you. I'd like to call an adjournment for 6:17 PM. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That passes, and we are adjourned.
And zoning and land use is canceled for tonight?
And
I canceled earlier.
Okay.
special committee on classification compensation is canceled for tonight and call for a meeting at the next appropriate time.
I stand corrected. The finance committee was actually called for 7 PM, so we'll break until 7 PM.
Yeah, everyone else is gone.
All right.
meeting to order at 7 o'clock. This evening, sitting on the committee is Councilor Reynolds and Councilor Cobus. Tonight, we are going to be talking with 13 department heads regarding the fiscal year '24 budget. I'd like to welcome the mayor to the table, as well as we have a guest, our financial advisor, our city auditor, Deb Gould. And I believe we also have Mason here as well.
No, next week he starts.
Okay, so he doesn't start at work yet, so
Not yet. You're stuck with me.
not such a bad place to be. Let's, we're gonna start with accounting on page 25 in your council books. And, the procedure tonight is that we have each department head coming to appear before the council on Zoom, most likely. And that, we budgeted 15 minutes per department for the meetings, and some of them may take a lot less because there's not a lot of changes. My focus tonight is not so much on the preliminary budget, but on what potential problems are sitting out there waiting for the supplemental budget. And if there are issues that were brought up during the preliminary budget, Mayor, and the department heads forget about certain things, maybe you could remind them that there are some issues coming up for the supplemental budget. I want to give the council any advance warning, as much advance warning as possible, of financial surprises that may coming up later on in the year.
Agreed. And if I may, Chair Conti?
Please.
So my role here this evening is primarily moral support for the department heads and to fill in any blanks or policy questions that you may have, but I'll certainly defer to them as the experts on their departments and their expenditures. But just as a general blanket statement, the auditor and I were both very mindful, as I'm sure you all are, about what the future may bring. So although I can't point to anything in particular, it's the general context of what's approaching, of what seems to be approaching, that we were mindful of in the creation of this budget.
That'll make for a very quick evening.
Yeah, I mean, I'll defer to Deb if she has any more particulars, but my attitude going in was just to assume the worst,
Very
because
good.
it's all unknown.
So we're gonna start tonight with accounting on page 25.
Okay, so if I can just,
Please do.
as part of my 15 minutes. So as part of the budget, I wanted to acknowledge the council for allowing me to help the mayor get something together so that we have something to discuss, and my staff who helped, whether it be for the budget piece or for the accounting piece, which allowed me the time to do and help. Molly McLean, the budget clerk, was also extraordinarily helpful, as were all of the department heads. So I'm not the budget director, I'm the city auditor, as you all know, and for those watching at home, so the budget was pretty much put together from March 27th and through May 2nd. Some of us have had some meetings. I know that we've met with you, Councilor Conti, a couple of times. We've also met with all the department heads. Right now, the budget was, before you, uses the state aid numbers of House Ways and Means. The Senate numbers dropped, so to speak, today, but they're not out there as cherry sheets available for me to look at to see any shifts. So this is the budget as it stands today. While there is no supplemental budget per se today, over the ensuing months before the tax recap, things will shift slightly. If local receipts shift, if the new numbers come out from the state, there will potentially be additional budget work to be done by the council and the administration prior to the setting of the tax rate. Some of the numbers are, when the budget was prepared, estimates were used, such as the administrative cost for the per pupil average, which is a number that relates to the school budget and what they received. The estimate that was used was $155. The final number came out on Friday of last week at $139 and change. So there'll be shifts like that that the council should expect throughout the process. Many of you are aware that the cherry sheet numbers adjust, the assessments adjust. That's the ordinary stuff. I had a meeting earlier today with Beth Halal and Cheryl Perry, and we talked about, if there's changes in the number of units for rubbish, that there might be, again, something that comes before the council as an adjustment. to the budget as it relates to local receipts later, an appropriation. So although there's not anything that we know right now as a supplemental budget, there are things that will certainly happen in that regard between now and the setting of the tax rate in the fall. The budget before you uses the revenue components that are pretty standard and that all of you are familiar with. Local receipts, it's worth noting that the cannabis impact fee has been removed completely from both the expense side of the budget and the revenue side of the budget because that particular receipt is largely unknown. The mayor may speak more to that or not, but last year's budget included a local receipt of $850,000. That has been completely removed from this budget. The city's approach to that money has been since the beginning of that to use it for one-time expenses in line with capital. Those capital expenses obviously won't be able to be funded by a revenue receipt that is questionable. Given that and the interest rate environment, that would mean if we choose to move forward with some projects in the future, it's going to cost you more money.
If I can stop you there, because I don't quite understand why we would not include the local receipts in our budget where it's income.
All local receipts are in there that are expected. The cannabis impact fee is not in there at the advice of the Department of Revenue.
Okay.
Well, they won't say directly. Right now, that particular receipt is for the host community agreements is being challenged in the court system.
Yep.
There is no direct guidance from the CCC that says include it or exclude it. And in the interest of doing the most responsible thing and not having to cut money later or have to give it back, it's not included. And that was a discussion with the Department of Revenue, our field rep, the Director of Accounts, as well as legal and what avenue to pursue. So when you evaluate, if you strictly evaluate your local receipts from fiscal 23 to fiscal 24, that's going to jump out at everybody. So it's worth noting. The other thing that was in your 23 local receipt as a non-recurring local receipt was approximately $413,000 of opioid settlement money. That money was a one-time receipt in that year. Well, we expect to get future money. There's pending legislation that will likely carve that out and put that into a special revenue fund. As a non-recurring receipt, you wouldn't put it on your local receipt. So just if you go through the local receipts and you look at them, those two numbers in particular would probably jump out at you. If you did trend analysis from some other years, in fiscal 22, you would notice that there were some large jumps in some of the local receipts that was directly related to federal inflows of money related to the pandemic that was still occurring. Those obviously aren't expected in the future, so those have been obviously pulled out. So the local receipts have been reviewed for revenue for fiscal 24, and it's believed that they are solid numbers to start with. Obviously, they'll be evaluated along with everything else as the budget process progresses for the setting of the tax rate. Trying to think of what else was really noteworthy. I think I mentioned to my colleagues, the department heads, they were great as far as calling back and, meetings subsequent to the mayor and our meeting, follow-up meetings with them. Some of them had additional information and it's reflected in their budgets. If there's a question that you have, definitely bring it to our attention because, I haven't done the budget by myself since 2004. So my biggest fear is I missed something, it was definitely a collaboration with the departments and the mayor. I definitely learned a lot over the course of the period. My budget itself is pretty straightforward. The increase that you see is related to two things. The council approved the additional person in my office with the assistance position that you funded earlier this year. We have not moved on that. The last 2 months have been a little bit busy for a variety of reasons, obviously. The resumes have started to be reviewed. I met with the Council President Delicio on that matter yesterday. I've touched base with, briefly, moments, with the new personnel director. Obviously, the mayor is aware and we'll move forward with that hiring hopefully as soon as practicable after everything's gone through. The projects that are outstanding that the part-time person in my office will assist with are moving forward. There are some munis upgrades and updates that are happening, and that accounts for the salary item. The other item for my office in particular, for my budget, is the audit services. That reflects an increase for the outside audit, financial statement audit, that is going to be happening in the fall. This year, it will be a full actuarial study. The staff development includes the full-time additional person in my office for training, and the balance of the budget is pretty straightforward. One thing that you'll notice in most of the budgets, if not all, the salary line of the requested amount is a little bit higher in most cases than the salary line in the recommended amount. And one of the reasons specifically for that is that the original budget sheets that went out to the departments included a cost of living adjustment for exempts that had yet to be presented to the municipal council and approved. And where we were in the process of the budget, I didn't feel comfortable leaving something in a line in an individual department that hadn't been presented to the council. So that money was all pulled from the budgets and put into the reserve for negotiation, which is there in part to settle 4 unions on the city side as well as exempts. And the four of the 4 unions, 3 of them are still pretty big. You have police, fire, and one of the laborers unions on the city side, as well as dispatch and the COLAs for the exempts, if there is one that comes down, which it would be my expectation that there is one. That had more to do with timing than it not being sprinkled throughout the budget. So that you'll definitely notice. My approach to the budget, and you'll see it, is the requested column is what the departments basically asked for. Any changes that I made in the recommended column so that I could kind of keep track, because I was doing this along with my other duties. Snow came to you as a separate line item to be funded this year out of available free cash. It just brings it to the right and same basis of accounting on GAAP. You'll notice that there, in the narrative for snow, there was some talk about the some changes. I'll let Mike go over that more. But one of the things that is in this budget that the council asked for in its budget message last year was to increase the amount to $200,000. That has been done. Other requests of the council from its budget message last year haven't necessarily been completed this year with all the changes that have happened, but some things are underway. The RFP for the compensation study is underway. Within the 24 budget, in the 24 budget, you'll notice that the indirect study has been funded, as well as a rate analysis, which is something, as we went through the process with departments, we really felt as though it was something that needed to be done. And it was included in both the water and the wastewater budget, those 2 allotments. We're still in line with acceptable procedures from the DOR perspective of the indirect cost analysis study that was used to develop this budget. We're not outside of like what would be considered reasonable years to use the study that we're using. So that is in the number. I'm trying to think of what else to update you on, but I'm sure as we go through the process, something will come up. And I'm here to answer any questions that I can, and if I can't answer them, we'll find out the answers for you and get them to you.
Thank you. We would like you to stay the duration
Of course.
through tonight and May 23rd as well, please.
Yep.
Mr. President, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Conti. Deb, I just want to take a second to thank you, Liz, Kim, Mary, and Robin for the work, because for Deb to step up, be able to help the mayor out, that means that other responsibilities had to be reshifted. And really, I think without Mary and Robin being able and willing to take on more, just Liz and Kim are awesome, and of course Molly. So big shout out to Molly McLean, the budget admin as well.
Yep.
So
Perfect. Thank you. I will share that. They appreciate that.
Your comments mirror my attitude. I'm very pleased with this year's budget, Mayor. I have told the constituents that if I were mayor, I would have done pretty much exactly what you did. So congratulations. We think alike in this regard. And when we met last month, this format was established, and I think it's the right thing to go. It's a long meeting, but I really think it's worthwhile. And Deb, I've told you many times, we're lucky to have you, and thank you for the work.
Agreed.
You're welcome.
I learned a lot. It was a really enlightening 2 months.
And the
I get
learning
to
is
spend
fun.
some time with the departments and, really learn a little bit more from my colleagues. And it was definitely a collaborative process, and I think there's some things that we all learned that we can do better and as a group to make sure that this process goes more smoothly. So there's, if you notice something, definitely let me know, because if I missed it, I don't know
Well,
it yet.
The learning is fun, except when the project is so enormous, and the amount of learning is so enormous that it gets to be sleepless nights, and I understand what you've been through.
There's that, and then there's some things that I didn't do so well, right? Like when we had made some adjustments at the 11th hour and were able to give the school more money, I didn't reach out and tell them, so there was some confusion there.
Yep.
So we've learned, and, we'll make sure that the next person doing it knows what we learned.
Councilor Cobus, are you okay?
I'm good.
Councilor Reynolds, you all right? You're muted, I think.
Yes.
Nice to have you with us. Any other councilors have questions for the accounting?
I just have a,
Yes, Councilor Waterman, you have the floor.
it's not a question, it's a thank you.
Oh.
Because the clarity of how this was organized is the clearest that I have ever been able to, I understood it. So that's a good sign.
Some of that credit is due to Jeremy. A lot of, we modeled a lot of it after what he did. Molly helped pull the thing together into a cohesive document. And we added some things, like some of the bar graphs and stuff that we added. We went to colleagues and said, does this make sense to you? Here's what we're trying to convey. So, if there's other things that the council thinks would benefit the process, if you share that with us, we'll definitely share it with Mason when he comes on board, because, I think the intent, if I can speak for the administration, because I think the intent is to make sure that not only the council, but the residents of Attleboro and the folks that do business here and everybody are well informed. So, if people through the process going forward, if they take exception to the layout or whatever it is and say, hey, we think this is a better way to do it, I think that we're all ears. But thank you. And I'll make sure Molly and the folks that helped, there were departments that helped print things, the health department printed stuff, Gary's office printed stuff, it was definitely, it was a huge effort amongst a lot of departments to make sure that the document got before you.
Thank you, Deb. Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to the assessor. If the assessor would join us at the table, please. The assessor is on page 29 of your budget books. And the actual numbers are on page 30. Welcome.
Hello, thank you.
The floor is yours.
Say that again?
The
What?
floor is yours.
Oh, boy, okay. Our budget is pretty much status quo, contractual increases. The only thing I have added is I've requested money for the CoStar subscription. It was funded through a transfer through the council for fiscal year '23, and I'm hoping to continue it for fiscal year '24. Other than that, it really is pretty much
So you
level
put that
funded.
in subscriptions? the
It's under
subscription.
subscriptions.
Is that where you have the MLS as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And Near Map is up there on mapping, mapping service?
Near Map is under GIS service, I
okay,
believe, yep.
And you have 2 new people in your department this year?
We had one retirement, so Irma retired. Sarah, who was at the account clerk position, moved into her position, and Kim, who was previously in our office, came back into our office as the account clerk, so.
So you're comfortable with your staff development budget of 2,500?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Danielle, who is the deputy assessor, is almost done. She has one class left to take. Sarah's gonna start taking classes, and we're just gonna go down the line and get them all educated, so.
Any questions for the assessor?
I have
Council Waterman, you have the floor.
Thank you. The only question I had was the jump in legal services, and I'm sure there's a good reason, but from 1,840 to 5,000? Did I read that correctly?
Oh, so the transfer that took place for the CoStar subscription came out of legal services. So that's why it looks like the revised budget was $1,840 because I didn't use the legal services money, transferred it to fund the CoStar subscription for fiscal year '23. So there was actually $7,000 in legal services. I requested $2,000 less for fiscal year '24 because I haven't been using it each year. So I just requested $5,000 this year instead of the $7,000.
Thank you.
If I could follow up on that question, line of questioning, if you had the need for legal services for an appellate tax board trial, would you use the city solicitor?
I would use our own counsel. I would use probably Mike Siddall. I have not had that need. It used to be years past, I think there were, tens of thousands of dollars that were used, but I haven't had that need yet, knock on wood.
Any other questions? This auditor.
Thank you. I just want to point out a difference between this year's budget and previous year's budgets. It's not as obvious in Julie's, but it will be in others. Julie has the legal service line. There has been past interest from the municipal council to see what legal expenses are in every department. So any department that has a legal service line, it's been pulled out of professional service and now is in a line called legal services. So we'll be able to report on that more quickly to the council in the future. And there'll be other changes like that during '24 that have not necessarily been called out in this budget, but that we've started to talk to the department's head about, and they'll be informed of at a meeting next week. So that line you'll see throughout the budget, or you should. In any department that has legal services on a regular basis, the line now will say legal services.
I appreciate that. Because when it's all put together, it's a very big number.
Yes, and that's what we're trying to figure out. Like, what is that? What
Wonderful.
is that number easily available?
Councilor Reynolds, I'm certain that you were happy to hear that news.
Always.
Are there any other questions for the assessor? Seeing none, thank you for your participation tonight.
Thank you.
Next up is the
Thank
Health
you.
Department on
Thanks,
page
Julie.
90. Welcome.
Good evening, everybody.
Good to see you again.
Yes, nice to see you too.
So we're going to give you the floor so you can have an opportunity to talk about what's going on in the department. We're particularly interested in hearing about what your forecast is farther down the year, particularly with solid waste, and so that we can be prepared for in advance as possible of developments that may impact the supplemental budget later on in the year. So with that, the floor is yours.
Cheryl will go first. So I'll go over the solid waste. As far as forecasts, so it came to our attention that we're gonna have to look for a new recycling compost center. Probably within the next 5 to 7 years, we may have to move out. The wastewater treatment plant is taking back their space. They're gonna need it to file more tanks. So we actually put into this budget for '24 funds for a feasibility study to look for one. I can go over that a little bit. Let me go over this.
Put in for the feasibility study.
How much?
How much?
$58,200. And Gary Eurasian really helped me with the quote on that, and I think it was Horsley Witten Group, the engineering firm, put that together.
Wonderful.
So we're going to go forward with that July 1st.
Exciting.
Okay. As far as I know, Deb had mentioned, we may have more units. We may have to increase different line items in this budget. I did my best to add in potential new units. I think it was like 119 after reaching out to various departments like the building inspector's office and planning on new subdivisions out there. So I'm hoping that I'm covered in that aspect of the budget. Did everybody get a copy of the solid waste budget?
I did.
Nice colorful budget. made it bigger this year too, it's 3 pages. So basically, there are several increases and decreases to different line items in this budget. I went through it and I made changes as close to actual current figures where necessary. The end result has an increase from last year's rate of $25.28. The 2 main contractual increases are from Waste Management, our trash collector. So our waste management collection costs for next year are going to increase $355,404. That comes to $22.59 in the rate. The second contractual one is fuel. So our fuel is going up $37,800 next year. And that's $2.58 on the rate. Those 2 there are a total of $25.17 on the rate.
And we're on a 5-year contract with him. This is year 2?
This is year 3, so June 2025 is when it ends. So, I don't know if anybody had those, I just wanted to go over the main 2 contractual items that increased. There are also other things I can talk about here, if you like.
Can I?
Yes, Ms. Auditor, go right ahead.
Sorry.
You have the floor.
So a couple of things that I think are particularly important for folks to know. So this is the 7th version of this document. That's how many times we met with Cheryl and went over and discussed and talked at multiple times about the whole process. If you look at the spreadsheet in front of you, of particular note, you're going to notice that there's 4 items that are outlined in green. This was printed in color for folks to see. So those 4 items, the recycling credit, Cheryl, make sure I get this right, okay? So the recycling credit in particular represents the final quarter of fiscal '22 and the first 3 quarters of fiscal '23. So the rate that was set over those 2 time periods for recycling, if the city enjoyed a recycling credit on the tonnage count, we're giving that back to the ratepayer. So the reason part of this is, defrayed, so to speak, is because the rate would have gone up an additional $4.31, but for the recycling credit. Okay, so the participants in the program, money they may have spent last year, they're getting credit for this year if we didn't need it for what we raised it for, so to speak. There was $38,000 when you looked at the equity in the fund, in the solid waste revolving fund. If you looked strictly at where we were from last year to this year and looking at it, the rate was also reduced by additional $2.63 because there was enough equity in the fund. And why would you raise the rate? And I mean, certainly there's a fair discussion to be had if you folks said, you know what, we want to keep the rate high and we want to save that money for the future capital expansion, right? So that's a conversation that needs to be had potentially in the future. But at this point, that decision was made for the $2.63. Those are the first 2 numbers in green. Everybody remembers the recycling carts, the blue recycling carts with we enjoyed from the Commonwealth, I believe it was DEP. There was a $300,000 grant for that. You have to pay over the life of the contract, I think it's $111,400-ish a year, over the life of the 5-year contract for those carts. We got a $300,000 grant that has been used to defray the cost up front, but portions of it have been included in the in this rate. So when you notice, the only portion, we're only picking up and including in this year's $300 fee, a portion of that, because everybody gets the benefit of that grant over the course of the 5 years. So that's the $88,300. Some of that's already been raised because then you get to offset the grant. So again, we're giving the ratepayers the credit for that. And the phase 1 for the relocation of the compost center, at some point, I'm sure some of you folks remember, there were $66,000 raised for paving over at the compost center that has yet to be done. Well, part of the paving sparked the conversations with the other boards to talk about things like conservation, stormwater, what do we need to do? Which, of course, brings on the second conversation of, you know, is this a permanent location? What do we need to do? Which brings to us to, it's not a permanent location. We're not going to invest in all of the things to do that. We need to make sure that we have an appropriate spot. So that $58,000, again, is part of the equity that was raised previously in a rate for the $66,000. So as part of the process of evaluating the solid waste fee, discussions ahead, not only about, is this a real cost of the program, should this be here, and so on and so forth, but what have we done that we need to give the ratepayer credit for, or not, right? Like, we need to make sure the rate is as fair as possible to the participants in the program. As part of that, discussions also happened this year of, most of you remember Cheryl came on as the solid waste management director last year, right? So what are the roles and responsibilities that were being borne by the rate of other folks in the department? They did an analysis in the office, and you'll notice it's the second salary sheet that was sent out today. The numbers were right in the salary sheet, but the percentages on page 150 of the budget book, you'll notice Beth Halal was in there at 20% solid waste. That should be 5. And I did send out today an updated page. So the numbers are right on the right, the solid waste. And Cheryl's spreadsheet is accurate and correct, where she only included a 5% cost of that person. But those numbers dropped dramatically. So those are a shift onto the rate as opposed to the levy, but that's where it should be, excuse me. It's a shift onto the levy from the rate, because the ratepayer shouldn't be paying for 20% of somebody's time if that somebody's not working on that project. You know what I mean? So that was shifted. I hope that makes sense, what I just said. Okay, so that was the email I sent out today with the updated numbers. Only the percentages to the left were incorrect in the budget book that you received. The dollar amounts were accurate.
Thank you.
Okay, so those are the additional highlights from my perspective, things that are relevant.
Do you have any questions? Councilor Cobus, do you have a question?
No, I think that answered my question. My question was mainly on the $76,000 that we saw. That was the $30,000 increase from last year, which I think is explained on this spreadsheet here, which is the, was it 100 additional residential units? The additional residential units that are planned. And
Yes.
that's, so that was the main, the increase that I saw, that was like a 70% increase or whatever, and I wasn't sure exactly what that was, so so I think I'm good here.
You're all set. Thank you, Cheryl. Nice job.
Thank you.
Other than that, the other increases are contractual
Right.
increases with the employees, with salaries.
No surprises.
Surprises.
Everybody's stable, everything's good.
Yes.
Good. Any questions for the health department? Seeing none? Yes, Council?
Yes, I have a question. I'm sorry, Councilor Conti.
Yes, Council Bennett, go right ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. I do have one question pertaining to a note on page 91 regarding the contamination costs and the levels of contamination being high in spill. Can you speak a little bit to the cost impact of the contamination and what we've seen this year compared to previous years?
Yes.
Does it continue to go up?
So, yep, 1 second. So what line item, what line did you say?
Page 91.
I'm sorry, I'm on page 91 on the summary, under solid waste, and it just speaks to continuing to see the contamination levels rising.
It's
Contamination.
your narrative.
So, okay.
That's Leslie's stuff.
So she's on
Yeah.
page 87, Cheryl.
Yep.
Okay, I got it.
I think she's on the top paragraph.
I have it as
I'm sorry,
91.
87.
Oh, here it is.
It's like that's like the 5th bullet from the bottom.
And the last one?
Yeah, it starts off with,
It's,
91.
it starts at, this is my first page. Yeah, excellent. Contamination, this one.
Okay, so waste management, we do an audit. Sorry.
Can you hear Cheryl?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
So we do it, per contract, we do an audit on our recycling with waste management each year. Last year, we did it in June. And we pay a contamination fee based on our recycling contamination. It's all according to our contract. Overall, Attleboro does very well. So just to give you a little history, if our contamination is 10% or under, we don't pay anything. Anything over 10%, we pay a portion per ton. I've got a little rundown here of what our audits were in the past several years. So in April of 2018, we were at 33% our contamination. They did it twice a year. So in December of 2018, we went down to 13.5%. June of 2019, we were at 20.1%. In 2020, they didn't do any audits. Then in February of 2021, we went down to 12%. And last year, in June of 2022, we were down to 12.1%. So overall, contamination is a big problem, but in Attleboro, we have a good rate. We're doing a good job here. We have the waste reduction enforcement person out there. She works 3 days a week, 19 hours a week, checking recycling, sending letters, sending fines, leaving door hangers. It is the biggest problem in the recycling, and that's why we have the problem with China and going overseas is contamination. That's the same for everybody. But surprisingly, our audit rates have been very good, especially the last couple of years.
Councilor Bennett, you all set?
Thank you. Yes, that's great. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Just a comment, if I may, briefly. The work you both do is really Herculean, and I've seen firsthand some of the residents and face-to-face, you're face-to-face, you're customer-facing, and I've seen some of the situations you've had to face, but you do it with professionalism and class, but I just think people should know what it is that they deal with on a regular basis. So, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Just don't ask for any more vehicles.
Nope, I'm happy with the vehicles. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming in.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice
Next up
evening,
is,
guys.
Is on page 36.
Good job.
Welcome.
Hello.
Good to see you. The floor is yours to talk about your budget.
My budget's pretty much, like everyone else, pretty much straightforward. I moved a couple of amounts from one line to the other, but the overall total stayed basically the same.
It's just postage that seems to be hitting you.
Yeah, I mean, the postage, I did ask for money in postage, but that got cut back. Postage has gone up, as we all know, so every year I kind of struggle too.
So in the past year, I think the treasurer and the assessor were working on some land takings, and that affects your office in some manner, does it not?
As far as the recordings,
But not, for the
No,
board. Do you
yes.
buy the recordings, or does the treasurer buy them?
I do the recordings for the tax title, and then the treasurer forecloses on the properties and
All right. And so your forecast for that is as a result of having a discussion with them about what they see coming down the road for recordings?
no, there's nothing. I don't go by what the treasurer says. It's my tax title is based on how many delinquencies I have
Okay, so you
on the
went,
FY23 tax
you went from
bills.
8692 to 14,000 this year in recordings.
Yes, but some of that money, if you look at my budget for '23, some of that money was transferred into my postage.
Okay.
And the recordings did go up. They used to be 75, and they did go up last year, I believe, to 105, so that was a big jump.
That's why I brought it up. Any questions on the floor? Out in Zoom land, any questions?
I'm set.
Boy, the collector gets off easy tonight.
Whoa,
I just want to, can I make a comment on the posting?
Yes.
Can I make a comment on
Yes,
the posting?
Ms. Auditor.
So Zyda is presently working on updating the forms for the semi-annual billing. So instead of the real estate tax bills being mailed 4 times a year, it would be twice a year, at the preliminary and the midterm. If that process goes as hoped, she will not need the money.
Right.
When I cut the postage, I didn't cut the printing, the reproduction, and that kind of stuff. So there might be some movement, and if we're not successful with the update with the forms and all that other stuff, Zyda has been sure to tell me that she would have to come back, and that's a fair statement, but I have every confidence in Zyda.
So do I. I mean, other
So-
communities are doing this without a problem. And
Well, the only issue with Munis, we're doing the upgrade now, so they're extremely busy, and they're the ones that have to work with us. So
Yeah,
when I reached out to them, they didn't look too promising for this year. They told me right away it was not going to happen for the first quarter, and it's not promising it's going to happen for December as well, so might be something for FY '25.
yeah, to explain to taxpayers that may be watching, the Munis is the software system used by the city for financial management. And doing an upgrade is changing the way the interface works with the workers. And that brings some confusion with it. And your switch to go to 2 mailings a year is certainly going to be more efficient financially.
It'll save a lot of money and a lot of time, so.
But you're going to have to build it into the Munis system as well.
Yes.
I think I got that.
So, there is a chance that, but we're gonna try.
Oh, we are gonna.
We're gonna try.
Come on.
We tried.
So, we are gonna try, so,
Very good.
okay, so, I just, in fairness to Zyda, I know she wasn't happy, but we're gonna try.
You know, once you get into it and you've got a year under your belt, you're going to love it. Just look at it that way.
That's right. You're gonna say, oh, I don't have to do these 4 times a year, just twice. You're gonna be
Exactly.
very happy.
Exactly.
Yes.
I'll hold you to it.
Thank you, Zaida.
We're gonna try to
All
help
right, thank you.
Thank you, Zaida. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
Next up is personnel on page 39. And Jim, do we have someone coming in on Zoom? No. Maybe not.
If I may, Chair, I think we're ahead of schedule, right?
Okay, well, May, you
Right,
want to
is it
handle?
not? Surprisingly, I mean, I'm pleasantly surprised.
And knock on that wood quick.
Seriously.
But I think in fairness, I think, and Deb, maybe you know, I think the new personnel director was planning to attend just to be present. Of course, she had nothing to do with the, wasn't involved in the preparation of the budget, but I think Lynn was planning to join.
Okay.
We do have elections on it. If we keep
Okay.
15 minutes ahead, we can.
Let's jump to elections then, no problem. Elections are on page 46. Elections. I have elections on page 48, correct. Leslie, are you there? Welcome. I think you're muted. You're gonna need to unmute.
Not moving up on the screen yet.
Thank you, Leslie. Welcome.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, Leslie, the floor is yours to talk about your budget.
Okay, for the elections budget, we have 3 elections to plan for next year. It's the presidential year, so we have the presidential primary in March, and then the state primary in September. And then we have the presidential election in November. So the 2024 budget includes the 2 fall city elections and 1 presidential primary. Other than that, being budgeting for the 3 elections instead of 2 elections is the difference that you will see from last year's budget. We will plan to do early voting in person in the fall and the presidential primary, although it will be scaled down for the city elections, but for the presidential primary in March, it will be a larger production. That would be the highlights of next year.
Does anyone have any questions for elections? Councilor Dolan, you have the floor.
Hi, Leslie. So the 3 elections, does that account for like the police at the polls? So that's why that's higher, is because there's 3 elections next year?
Yes, everything is higher and it reflects the 1 extra election being budgeted for.
Okay. And then you anticipate overtime as well?
I do anticipate overtime, and what vote by mail has done is it's condensed a lot of work within about a 2 to 3 week period that we can't spread out over a period of time. And it requires us to work in the office in a short period of time with receiving the mail-in ballots and processing them through the advanced open process.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Councilor Cobus, is that a question?
Yes, and just, can you talk about the supplies, election equipment increase, what was it, 26K number there?
Yes. We're asking to finish the purchasing of election voting booths.
Okay,
These
yeah,
booths
right.
were bought in a last year and the year before, when there was money left over from not having a preliminary or not having a full preliminary, and there was money left over, and the council approved us to transfer that money to purchase some new voting booths. We would like to complete the purchase so that we have all the same updated voting booths. What happens with the old voting booths is when they're transported from place to place, the little legs with the wheels fall off, and the little levers, they are always come back damaged. So we have people over at the annex that work part-time, and they fix those little pieces. But the pieces are harder and harder to find, and the 2 gentlemen that we found that are able to fix them are able to spend less time with us as they were. So we would like to just finish buying these so that we have the newer model, and they will break less and need to be repaired less.
And this would purchase them for all the precincts?
Yeah, so we have a good portion of them already, and this would be 26 more that we need to have them completed
Okay,
for all precincts.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else for elections? Councilor Reynolds, you have the floor.
So I just wanted to make sure that Leslie was aware that the proposal to move the election office into the Shang Annex building has come out of the City Property and Claims Committee, so there should be some movement on that. I held it for a while because we were waiting for a new election and a new mayor, and I wanted to be sure that that was approved by the current mayor, which it was, and so it's gone forward.
Thank you, Councilor Reynolds. I was aware of that, and I have been talking with the mayor about the plans for the move. Having all of the whole department together over there will improve our productivity and streamline so many things, and we're looking forward to that. We're hoping that it can be started soon. And thank you for doing that.
Okay, you're welcome. And that's all I have. Thank you.
You're welcome. Miss Auditor.
So, just a couple of comments. I think Leslie's budget is particularly difficult to do comparative analysis to, given the cycle of elections. You know, you fund them based on the expectation. Obviously, this year we had special elections, so that was a difference, right? If there's an election, Leslie, within this is a preliminary local election, correct?
That's true. That's true.
So if there isn't a preliminary, in theory, there's going to be savings in this budget. So, right? So do you,
that's true.
You know, that part of it is, do you fund the capital cost of $26,000? Do you cut it? What do you do? We chose to leave it. And in the best case scenario is you end up with money that falls through at the end, as opposed to we need money from reserves to do something that is not really extraordinary and unforeseen, right? We know there's potential for an election, so does that fall under the right criteria to transfer from reserve to fund something that we know? So we chose to leave it there. I think one thing that Leslie didn't touch upon, but it is in her narrative, is there are certain elections that there is some opportunity from the state elections, and we do get some money back for extended polling hours. I don't listen.
Extended polling hours and the vote by mail mandate.
Right. So there is
that. Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. So there is some, and depending on the type of money it is and which the guidance from the state, it either goes into the general fund as a local receipt, or it will go into a special revenue fund, and the appropriate expense would be moved to that as required. So, but just to point out, it is the fourth bullet under the 23rd accomplishments. I think it's the fourth bullet that does talk about those $27,140 that came back that went into the general fund, and the 87 is bullet number 5. $8,797 was for extended polling hours. So there is some relief sometimes offered by the state for some of those extended hours or the vote by mail, and that money does come back. That's not reflected in Leslie's budget. So it's not a net cost. It will go to the general fund as revenue or the special revenue fund.
And those revenues don't actually recuperate the actual cost of the elections department in putting out the vote by mail or the extended polling hours, do they?
No, and it's based on a calculation. Leslie, the extended polling hours is based on a calculation, but it's only for a specific number of hours. It, in theory, does cover those costs. The vote by mail, no, it doesn't, I don't believe.
Yeah, and Leslie, you would say that vote by mail is probably the biggest expense that you've seen while you've been in elections. Am I wrong?
Yes, 100%. The time involved and, of course, the cost.
Yeah. Any other questions for our elections department? Thank you, Leslie, for joining us.
Thank you.
Good to hear you. So we're gonna jump back and catch with the personnel on page 39.
So, Chair Conte, if I may, our new personnel director, Linda Vine, is on the Zoom meeting over there. As I said, in fairness, telling she wasn't involved with the preparation of the personnel budget, so I would defer to some degree to the auditor.
Ms. Devine, welcome to the fiscal year '24 budget hearings. The way we do this is we set aside 15 minutes so you could have an opportunity to address the council with any budget issues that you've discovered in your new position. You could talk about the what you've learned and also whether or not you think there's anything coming up that might have an impact on the supplemental budget a little bit later on in the year. So with that, the floor is yours.
Can't hear you, Lynn.
We can't hear you, Lynn. Lynn, I don't think you're muted, but maybe you're
Can
not.
you hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry, I had muted my headset. Nice to meet everyone virtually. Hopefully I'll meet everyone soon. I've only been here 2 days, so I don't have a whole lot of information to share. My understanding is that a lot of it was level funding. I don't know that there's any other anticipated expenses down the line. Still trying to get my feet wet and learn some things, so I don't, like I said, I don't have a lot to offer other than that information that I was given kind of in the last couple of days.
Well, it's unfortunate. In this case, we probably have the advantage on you, Lynn, because we know we know the challenges you're going to be facing. And we're happy to have you with us, and thank you for choosing Attleboro. You'll find the council is open to you, so that during a typical week at City Hall, you'll see several councils walking in and out of City Hall. Some may drop into your office and say hello. I had a lot of respect for the person that you replaced, and I'm assuming that you're better. So welcome, Lynn.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Does anyone have any questions for the Personnel Director? Mr. President.
Lynn J. Delisio, Council President, just wanted to say welcome. I look forward to meeting you. But I do want to make sure that we give some kudos to Beth Fokin, Mary, Chris, and Brooke in the Personnel Office for the job they did prior to Lynn's arrival. You got a great team. You'll do great things.
I can't agree more. It's only been a couple days, but they've been very welcoming and open and been willing to show me around and, give me all the information that I need. So I can't say enough. It says a lot when there's not a director in place that the job that they've done and things are running very smoothly. I mean, there's always things to improve on, but they're a great bunch of people, and I look forward to getting to know them better. But I echo those sentiments. They're a great group, and they work hard.
Ms. Auditor.
So that's sort of the perfect segue to the actual health insurance budgets. Open enrollment was done last month, as many of you know, and Beth and the folks in the office, but predominantly, they all work on open enrollment, everybody in the office. But subsequent to open enrollment, Beth updated all of the spreadsheets for the current enrollments. So the budget in front of you for the 24 recommended budget is a snapshot in time of the plans for this open enrollment with approximately 15 additional family plans built in for changes. So there's not a lot of extra money anywhere in the health insurance lines. The fiscal 24 health insurance premiums for active plans, and by active plans, those would include retirees that are not eligible for the Medicare plans, right? The MedX and the Managed Blue plan, those costs increase on January 1st, and there's a 5% budgetary increase built into the plan for the final 6 months of the fiscal year. But the health insurance increased by 3.5%, the plans, the active plans, so to speak, and this budget reflects those. Also, during the last couple of months, Beth worked with the purchasing department to do the competitive procurement for workers' comp and IOD services. I believe that has been finished, and there's a recommendation to move forward with some of those contracts. I'll leave that to Lynn to actually determine if that's going to actually happen with the recommendations. I think we were all on board with it here, but I would defer to the new personnel director before that's finalized. The budget in front of you included those before the RFP and the quotes for that. So there is sufficient funds in here for those expenses. The things that were level funded from the revised budget were things like the unemployment, the workers' comp for police and fire, those types of things. Of note, so there's nothing extraordinary there. It's level, it's really truly, in a lot of ways, an accurate snapshot in time. So if there are extraordinary changes due to qualifying events, there may be a time where the council where the personnel office comes back and says, you know, what should it be? In this budget, we reverted to the past practice of going to the actual number and giving a little bit of extra only for additional plans. If you looked at the last few years, the numbers didn't make sense to me, and the turnbacks from the health insurance, well, great, it's nice to have turnbacks, but why did we have such large turnbacks in the personnel office in those numbers? And it was, they were using estimates, they didn't have the same approach. Some people might disagree with my approach, but that's what I did. So, and then the only other thing of note that I will share is the OPEB, which is funded in this budget. The contribution to OPEB for the general government is $102,500, which is a 2.5% increase over the original appropriation for fiscal '23. And that is consistent with the documented policy that was put into the OPEB study with the actuarial firm based on the policy decision of Mayor Heroux. So that's.
So we're seeing that on the last line?
That's the last line. So the expectation, Counselor, is that 102,500 will increase next year by another 2.5%. So that is one of the questions that is often asked by folks like S&P. What's your plan? What are you doing? And it's a funding plan of increasing 2.5% of that. Obviously, water and wastewater are going to reach their obligation and liability expectation much more quickly because it's much smaller. So, but they also will have the 2.5%. You'll see that in their budget. Just one more thing, just so, because I don't even know, I'm sorry. On the salary page, the office has historically had a float clerk. The float clerk was not the position that was requested in this year's budget, but rather the full-time clerk in the personnel office. So you'll notice that has moved on the salary sheet lines. The decision was to leave that there. I would expect that the department's commitment to being able to help, because I think that's going to, Mayor, I think that was the discussion, right? That although it's not going to be a float clerk assigned everywhere, the primary location will be part of the personnel department. There would be a willingness to still assist if folks needed it on a very short-term interim basis, but not in the same regard as it was previously.
So I see that in the budget, the large increases is coming through the blue elector and the health insurance, and you've explained.
Yep.
It's 3.5% increase, and the premiums on the active plans are up 5%. Is the volume of the number of subscribers gone up as well?
There was some changes according to Beth. I don't remember the specific numbers, but it's the 3.5% increase, and the Blue Care Elect is the place that we put the extra.
Okay.
The extra plans.
So we don't know whether or not there's more enrolls.
At one point, Beth and I talked during the open enrollment period, and there were some increases. There were some increases on the school side as well, so there weren't a lot, is my recollection, but it was honestly, it was in the middle of the open enrollment period. I'm sure the number of subscribers that personnel we could get that information if you wanted to know. Again, you know what, unfortunately, health insurance truly is a snapshot, right? I mean, if you're single on one day and married the next, you went from a single to a family plan. If you were single or only had an individual plan and you had a baby, you might enroll in that. Changes in personnel when people come in or leave the city. If people retire, oftentimes they keep a health insurance plan, and then when they're replaced, you add a health insurance plan, so that number doesn't go down. Right. This number, and it's displayed elsewhere in the budget, but the personnel budget in the city of Attleboro includes the cost of retired non-teaching personnel. So that's borne on this, in the budget, in the personnel office, because they do citywide health insurance with the exception of school for active employees and retired teachers, and for water and wastewater employees that are budgeted in the enterprise funds. So within this budget, and it's a number worth noting, because in fiscal '22, that number was $664,000. It is approaching, in this fiscal year, $700,000. Right? I used, for display purposes, on page 10 of the budget, just so you all would know what that number is, I used the '22 actual, because '23 is not over yet, right? And then there was something else on this department that I thought to mention, and honestly, it escapes me at this moment, but I think that's kind of an overall snapshot. I'm not sure if, the only thing that historically or in the future will go down is, and I hate to say this, but the Medicare surcharge, right? So as people leave that surcharge, and it's usually from their demise, right? That is the only number that would go in that direction.
Got it.
Okay.
Any questions for personnel? Seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Devine. Look forward to meeting you
Thank you.
personally.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is our city clerk. The city clerk is on page 42.
Hello, councilors.
Welcome.
I am so proud of you, Councilor Conti. You're like ahead of schedule. I never expected that.
You don't talk about a pitcher pitching a perfect game, Kate, come on.
Let's wait until 9:30 on May 23rd, okay?
Oh, goodness gracious.
So, what we're doing, Ms. Clerk, is we've got 15 minutes for you to basically address the council on your budget issues. We're particularly interested in hearing of things that may come up that may have an impact on the supplemental budget later on in the year. And with that, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Councilor Conti. First of all, this is my first budget hearing, and you know I'm a big fan of the hybrid meetings. I was so excited, and I thought I was going to stay home, but I said, you know what, I want to know what that feeling is when all those department heads say that they feel intimidated when they sit at this table on budget night. So in the clerk's office, a lot of things have been changing. First of all, this is a sheet, ledger sheet. I don't know if you've ever seen one before, but it's from 1935, and that's how we keep track of any money that we receive in, and we use a big, huge eraser when someone gives us another $10 bill, and that's what we use. But I've been working together with the city auditor, the city treasurer, in the mayor's office, and we just had our first meeting with Unibank. As you know, the council approved my drop lines going in so I could get credit card services. But you know how things move very slowly in government. So those were put in the end of March, I think, last year. And we just had our first meeting with Unibank just recently, just in the last couple of weeks. So now I have an account set up with them. So we are moving forward so that I am going to be able to offer credit services online for licensing dogs, which is a nuisance for a lot of people, because right now you can do it by mail, but you can't do anything in my office online. You can't pay with a credit card with us. So we're working on that. We're moving forward. It does take a long time, but it's okay. We're good. And I did find out from my little clerk's world, which I shouldn't say it's a little clerk's world, it's a big clerk's world. So this book here, see the size of this? It's very heavy. This is what, historically, they've been using to record births. We have 3 different books. We have a red one, a black one, and a blue one. One is for births, and this book is good for 3 years. I was told by my previous assistant clerk, when she retired in January, she said, Kate, next year you're going to have to order new books. So I looked into seeing how much they cost, and it was just about $3,000. And but I reached out to the clerk world and I said, hey, does anybody still use these? And why are we still using them? You haven't had to use them for years. For years. So I had requested that extra money because I knew I was gonna have to purchase them. We're not going to anymore. We're gonna use like an Excel program so that we can record them year by year and will save us a lot of money. So I'm pretty happy about that as well. So basically what we're going to be seeing in the clerk's world is to get this computer system up and running so that we can provide services to offer our residents and make it easier and convenient for them. Please.
So in this process, are you going to be able to accept payments on credit, eventually, credits for online credit card payments for things like motor vehicle excise and building permits?
They already do that.
They already do that?
They do that in the building inspection's office, and they do that in the collector's office. I don't collect any of that.
Okay, so your fees are just for dog licenses? And what are the other fees that are yours? It'd be marriage certificates?
Nope, people buy parking passes from us. They buy birth, death, and marriage certificates from us. You pay your fines, like dog fines, when you get a fine, like from the animal control officer, or when the police issue fines, or those all come through our office. And then we have all the licenses that go on.
Yep.
So, and there's a lot of those too.
So over to Ms. Auditor. Is the clerk's department the last department in the city to be taking, or there's other departments that have yet to venture into the credit card world?
No, so we are moving forward with a number of initiatives that, for one reason or another, stalled. Things like Permit Eyes, which is presently used in the inspection office. We had a meeting with departments to talk about, like, hey, this is coming. The mayor and I have spoken and talked about lead projects that will probably be a great idea for the new budget director to take on and map out Permit Eyes in particular, or something like it. Permit Eyes has been successful here in the city. It's on the state bid list, it meets the procurement requirements, there's lots of stuff like that. Part of the analysis of which departments to go first and what should we take on first involve things like, does it make sense? Because you have the initial startup cost, and you need to balance that with, you're not gonna spend $19,000 on a platform that only has 100 permits a year, that only generates $1,000, right? That's cost prohibitive. But there are opportunities potentially for dog licenses, in addition to what Kate is describing today, like a billing system for dog licenses. Munis is gonna do a demonstration for us. We've undertaken a lot in the course of the last 2 months to move some stuff forward that we've all recognized, like, there are efficiencies that need to be done. So by no stretch of the imagination is Kate last. She's not first, she's not last. It's past time now for the clerk's office that we've been able to move this forward. We've had a couple of hiccups this year with, personnel issues. Kate and I was supposed to go and visit a community, and I wasn't able to make it when that happened. But we moved forward with Unibank. I'm pretty confident, unless you disagree, that at least that feature of your office should be operational, I believe, by July 1st, right?
So I don't want to get off the subject, but in Taunton, where I work, we do have Permit Eyes, and it's revolutionized the assessing office. We don't miss a thing.
Yeah.
Because we have all the site plans,
Yeah.
all of the as-built plans right in the office. It's stunning.
Yeah, so.
It's done to the business.
There's a lot of interest in assessors, the fire department, the conservation, planning, and in Kate's world.
Police department.
Yeah, so there's modules out there for a bunch of different things, and in part of the planning process, to be perfectly honest, when we map it all out, it's very likely that we'll be back here for money. That's not built into this budget. There are other things that we've also done. We've had demonstrations on Tyler Content Manager. We've had demonstrations, and we've been working with the school department, the personnel office here, the treasurer's office here, my office, and the MIS department, collaboratively for employee self-service to replace some of the things here. So those things are all happening. It's not a small lift, but the end result should be significant inefficiencies and benefit the taxpayer here in Attleboro a great deal. So,
I got it, thank you. We'll
She's
shift
good.
our focus back onto the clerk. I apologize for the diversion, but it truly, the permit eyes just revolutionized the assessing department in the city of Taunton and made it so efficient that we will not need to hire another person in our department for many years. It's really that shocking.
And it helps, from what I understand, the building department uses it. And they just did an upgrade too, I remember he was saying that. And it helps also, like when I get a records request and I send it over to because it has something to do with their department, and immediately just, oh, go to the website and this is what you can get. And I'm like, oh my gosh, that sounds like a fabulous idea. So yes, we are very excited in the clerk's office to move forward and get rid of 1935.
Okay, does anyone have questions for the clerk? Councilor Reynolds, you have the floor.
I don't really have a question, but I just want to throw some kudos out there to Kate for persisting in doing this, because I can remember Susie Flood and saying about the 1935 books, oh my God, when can we please, this was in the late 70s, early 80s, when can we please update this? It's ridiculous that we haven't. So thank you, Kate, for doing that, and all the people that's involved that have helped you and helped push it forward.
Thank you.
Councilor Reynolds, you're showing your age by talking about clerks from 4 generations ago.
It's okay.
It is okay. Anyone else have questions for the clerk? I have one. One of the issues that has been on the docket for the clerk's office for many years, and you're well aware of this, being a former counselor, has been the preservation of documents, which is a very important thing in your responsibility. And this council has gone rounds and rounds and rounds with the exorbitant expense that it takes to preserve those documents. Has that lost its priorities in the office because of other priorities?
It hasn't been lost. It's just a little bit in the distance. This is what I've been concentrating on now, just trying to get us up and running and making it more convenient for the residents. It'll come back before I'm all done.
I am sure the residents appreciate you getting online with the credit card payments, because they even want Venmo, which I don't think we're going to go to, but they really want to be able to have the convenience of being able to do everything online. And so I'm sure I can hear them, I can already hear them out there. He's saying yay, yay, yay. Good for you.
I hope so.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Any other, Councilor Cobus?
That was a good question, because that was the one account that there was I think $1,000 last year, and there's still almost $900 in that account for remaining this year, and then $1,000 asked for again this year. So that was the one sort of item. The preserving documents account was the one that I had a little bit of a question on, but.
So I'm glad you mentioned it, because we do still have these smaller books. So right now, I wish I brought them out here to show you. So right now, we keep any marriage certificates, any marriage licenses and any death licenses. They're in like a folder right now. We have some that are preserved, but so with the remainder of that money, I'm going to order those little books so that we can start when it gets a little slower in the office. We're going to start putting them into those little books so we can keep adding to it, because right now, honest to goodness, they're in an accordion file and they're all in our vault, but they're deteriorating because they're getting older and older and paper doesn't last. So we want to get them in that nice those filmed books. So I am going to be ordering some more so that we can get the smaller ones, because we do have to keep those forever.
And in that statement, we have to keep them forever. In the world of state mandates of how long you must keep documents, hasn't that evolved so that you can digitize some of those documents?
If I could digitize anything, I would. I would do it all. And I would use my good friend, our good friend, Linda Algic, because she's the one who's been helping me with my vault. She actually came in, because she worked off her tax senior hours, and revamped my vault downstairs so that I have like 10 years, I have 10 more years of room left. Like, it's so well organized, it's amazing. Yeah.
She's good at that.
Oh yeah, she's very good at that. So as soon as we can digitize, we'll be doing that.
Great. Anything else for the clerk? Well, thank you for coming in. We
Thank you,
appreciate it.
councilors, for having me. Mayor, thank you.
See you, Madam Clerk.
You as well, thank you.
So we are way ahead of
George, you wanna carry this
schedule.
book for me?
I'm going to ask Jim if he's got anybody else online. I don't think he does, so maybe we're going to take a little recess.
We have Gary here.
Gary's here. Hello, Gary. I didn't see you. You were behind the reporter. So let's move on to planning. Come in, please come up, Mr. Planner, and you're on page 50.
Hello, Gary.
Hi, Mayor. Hello, councilors.
Good evening. So, Mr. Arazian, what we're doing this evening is we've allotted 15 minutes of time for each department head to be able to address the council about the highlights in the budget, in addition to the wonderful discourse that we have in the budget books, which is very helpful. And we're focusing on what you see coming up in the future that might have an impact on the supplemental budget later on in the year. And so with that, the floor is yours.
So, there are a few. The first, since we're already talking about the topic with the city clerk, with respect to digitization, permitize. We're not equipped with that. When I say we, the Department of Planning and Development is not equipped with any type of computer-aided permitting processes. I'd love to do it. There's multiple reasons why. The first and foremost, I think, is we're going to provide a lot quicker, a lot more efficient services to the public. Debbie spoke about earlier about economies of scale. I think the value to the city is going to be tremendous. I think we would offer a lot of value for the proportional amount of investment that we would put into it. The other aspect of digitization kind of goes into the second item that I have here regarding a potential supplemental appropriation, is not only would digitization improve our effectiveness and disbursement of information and application processes, so forth and so on. What is it going to physically do to my office? Eliminate a tremendous amount of paperwork. You know, you talked about preservation with the city clerk. We're bound by the Secretary of State's office, and that I'm sure you're aware of, Mr. Conti, with respect to retention schedules. So there are some that we have to hold on to in perpetuity, some up to 7 years, some up to 5 years. And I think we make it a point in my department that we thin out those files that we have in the office to the extent practical without, losing some substantive matters that might not require retention. But from my humble opinion, I think they're critical to remain in the file. But we do tease those out and we thin those out. And no matter how much we thin them out and how much we tease those out, applications are coming in every single day. It's fluid. It doesn't happen every single day. So create more files. As we create more files, we need more file space. What I asked when I've had discussions with Mayor DeSimone is the possibility of my office on a temporary basis be allowed to expand its file cabinet, to expand file cabinets in another office. I just don't have the room anymore. We literally have to close other cabinets in order to open other file cabinets. So we would create capacity. We would literally create space in the office. where am I going with that? So these are all very linked, and I think we've had this conversation before. So from digitization, there would be, again, the benefits to the community in terms of more efficient provision of services. Then there's the, I think, part B to that, which is creating space in the office, less reliance on hard assets, less on cost, less room taken up by cabinets, which then creates space for staff and to kind of give you a little elbow room. I mean, we are packed in there right now. By creating this additional space, I asked if we could perhaps renovate the office, not in terms of any types of bells and whistles, but a redistribution of space, a better layout of the use of that space to optimize the use of the space. And potentially the third leg that I'd like to share, if it's possible, and I'm going to use as a springboard the fiscal 23 accomplishments that we listed in my budget, along with the proposed 2024 plan that I have for projects, the fiscal 24 objectives. I think it's a long list. Not only length, because again, what's important is substance and quality. I think these are all very substantive projects that we're going to be pursuing. I'd like to think at some point I could use another planner. By creating another planner's position, I've spoken about this with the staff. I've mentally figured out where I'd want this new person and how the creation of this position would affect better use and more efficiencies from 2 other staff members I currently have. And I've spoken to them all, and I wanted their feedback, and they're on board. But I understand the financial constraints we're under. I have in no way, and I know the mayor can contest, have put any pressure on her whatsoever, but shame on me if I didn't bring up the conversation. I think I've had this conversation. I think I've had it with President Delicio. I think I've had it with Vice President Kobus. I think I've had that with you, Mr. Conti. But again, I think the need is there. I think one of the examples I used is, aside from the Assistant Conservation Agent's position that we evolved into a full-time about 2 years ago, the size of my staff hasn't changed in the last 25 years. And we've seen the amount of change that's come into the city in that 25 years. So we've adopted, I should say we've adapted. Haven't had any complaints of the workload. We've put it all out there. I think the proof's in the pudding. But I think there comes a time where, question that the mayor asks me, Gary, what isn't it that we're doing? Not what is it that we're doing? What is there? What's the opportunity cost? What are the things that we haven't gotten to? And there are, I'm going to admit it. I mean, for every 2 or 3 grants that we're putting out every 6 months and getting that, putting that through the queue, locking in projects, all the optics that go into that, and then roll with the next. There are some that we don't apply for. We just don't have the capacity or the time, because I've always said to my staff, what comes absolutely paramount for me as the director is ensuring that the planning board, the zoning board, and the conservation commission have our utmost attention every single day. That current flow, it is incredibly time sensitive. There are legal implications. We can get into that. That could be 2 hours of conversation right there. We give a full court attention to making sure that the planning board, the zoning board, and the conservation commission of equal weight, of equal need are served. Then comes all the other projects. Well, there's only so much anyone can do during the course of a day and during the week. I think, in my humble opinion, we put out an enormous amount of quality work. To the mayor's point, what are we missing? Sure, I've admitted, I have never said, oh, we're on top of everything in terms of what we could get. We're on top of everything that we do in the office, but of course there are ones that we just don't pursue. Indicative of any department is just you have so many man hours, so much quality that you could get from the staff, get quality work, put out a quality product, and what I've always said, we've finished on time, on budget, and we've accomplished the mission, and we've moved on. there's going to be a tipping point at some point where if we say, well, we need more, i.e., grants that have to do with climate change and resiliency. And I think we do A+ work in that realm alone, let alone land use and economic development and so forth and so on. But there are going to be sometimes grant opportunities that we just can't pursue. Fortunately, those are far and in between right now because I think we're doing a good job capturing what we can and administering it. But could we do a little more? I think so. And I think rather than constantly going back to the well and, pushing more of the existing staff, and they never complain, they're phenomenal, can do, marching orders, let's go. There's going to be a point where I've even said that I can only lean on staff so much and delegate that it comes back on me and I just march along. But we shouldn't have to work like that. We shouldn't all have to come in Monday through the Friday, from Monday at 8:30 or 8 o'clock to Friday at 4:30, which, again, those are just timelines of pay, 100 miles an hour. I ask my staff now, document your hours after 4:30 on the weekends, on holidays or whatever. We literally do that. But we have to, because we're committed to the city. So all I ask humbly is at some point, if we could look at, and I understand we might be doing a classification plan, is that I would submit to the council, and of course I've done this with the mayor, is respectfully consider another staff person for the Department of Planning and Development. And I think by having this position, and my environmental planner, Nick Wiley, and my senior land use planner, Stephanie Davies, that by working with them collaboratively more and giving more, by reducing the workload on them, that now could be directed to other staff to maintain that level of quality, again, with the commission, the ZBA, and the planning board, is more project management, more administration, on more fronts. The more you get acclimated, the better you get, the more you could take on. That's my overall request for a supplemental discussion.
So in the past, this council and councils in the past have been very supportive of the planning department.
You absolutely have.
We, this year, funded outside consultants to get the open space and recreation plan done, the comprehensive plan done, I forget the other plan
There's
done.
half a dozen, I was going to go over those with you.
Right.
Yes, you have.
And we heard you say, you would like some money for consultants because there's some things that are outside of your reach that you need outside help to help you with. And we encourage you to do that because we don't want the city to be taken advantage of. We want you to have the knowledge base and the back door to be able to get what you need to
continue to move forward. Yeah.
The plan. So I'm offering you words of encouragement that I think this council has, based on its history, been very supportive of planning because they see the value in it.
I appreciate it.
And we want the zoning board and the conservation committee and the planning board to be on top of their responsibilities and to act timely. We want the taxpayers and the people who are seeking decisions from those groups to have speedy access and speedy trials. So I think you've got a favorable environment, is what I'm trying to tell you. But I'm opening up the floor for any other discussion. So is there anyone who has any questions or comments on the city planning department? Miss Auditor.
So,
I can't get used to saying that. It's just
okay. You just call me Deb, it's fine.
I can't.
So a couple of things. In fairness to the discussion, it was a discussion. It wasn't an ask in this budget, so that's why. Okay,
Correct.
and in the budget is.
But there's value in that, you see, because
Of course, but I'm just letting you know that there was a discussion, but the numbers that I got in front of me didn't say, hey, where's my position? So
Correct.
it's definitely a discussion that needs to be had. There's lots of departments that kind of discussion needs to be had for, and Gary's right. But for him advocating for himself, that's what we need to do as department heads, to say, look, at some point, you're not gonna get it done, right? Like, there's the opportunity cost, and I've worked here a long time. Gary is the only department head in the city at this point that has worked here longer than me, and he's here endless hours. So the city benefits greatly from that, and, you know, and he does have a great staff and all that other stuff, and I know how hard they work, but there are going to be times in the future that we're gonna have to make those tough decisions about where we put it. His actual budget, you're gonna see this year, so the 24 request, and I know Gary's probably gonna touch on a couple of these things, but in the 24 request, some of the things that populated those fields were the amounts that the council had previously given and weren't needed again, right? The 41,000 for the consulting and the zoning consulting and that kind of stuff. That wasn't an ask in his budget. One of the things that we did do, though, is in looking at the entire budget in its entirety, Gary and his staff, I believe it's Gary and the conservation agent, Nick Wiley, largely do the NIPD's work for the city. And I might get this wrong, but Gary will correct that. The NIPD's, for whatever reason, has been budgeted in citywide professional service. It's a project that Gary is the lead on, literally gives the number to another budget and says, you know, this is what it is, this is the cost of the contract, this is, you know, all of those things. So it's more appropriately budgeted in his department. So you're gonna see a dramatic reduction on the citywide professional service, in part because of this, in part because we carved out legal, in part because we did all those things. But this NIPD's is in Gary's line item budget because, in our opinion, it's the more appropriate place to display it. And if I can just finish, Counselor, and then it's not apparent here because it was moved from one budget to another. This original line item this year was substantially more in the original ask than the 153,000. But, you know, obviously when you have a line item that goes from 1 year of 148,000 to almost 200,000 in the next year, it raises flags and asks questions, right? So Gary and his staff did a hard look at what that was. Some of it was carved out to go into the DPW budget, so you'll see $10,000 in NIPD's there later on. You have the 153,000 in this budget. There's something that potentially will come back in the future as a one-time cost, so it's not an operational expense here, that has some years out. And then frankly, it's my recollection of looking at the information that Gary provided, there was also stuff that he said, you know what, and this expense my department can bear itself and not sub it out. So they're very conscious of the cost and what it is to the taxpayer. So just to lend some support to the overall discussion in the future.
I want to say thank you for doing this because in the world of finances, it's a little bit like Noah's Ark. You've got to put all the animals in their proper cages or else they eat each other. And what's happened here is that NIPD's has been hidden because it was in the citywide professional services, and it's a government mandate. It's a unfunded mandate, and it's a big number. And I like to see it line itemed in the budget. And so, I think I applaud what's happened together with the legal services. The same thing. The animals are in the right cages, and they're more visible to the counselors trying to make budget decisions. That's I think a better process, a better way.
Yeah. Well, the professional service line, if I can just follow up, the professional service line in citywide, right? It's a pretty big number, and if you look at it and you're like, oh, why is this number so large? This is part of the reason so that you can see it. So as you go through the process,
excuse me for interrupting. Yep. Professional services tends to be a catch-all. A lot of things go into professional services. We don't get to see those detailed breakouts in professional services. And to ask for them would be onerous.
So just to close the loop, the legal was carved out, NIPD's was carved out. What isn't carved out, but the direction has been given to the departments, because honestly, the time constraints to get this in front of you. There are 4, I think we're up to 7, in collaboration with working with departments that use them. Plumbing will be carved out in 24. It will be moved during 24, so you'll see it as its own line item in 25. Plumbing, electrical, elevators, I actually have it written down. Plumbing, HVAC, electrical, elevator, masonry, and security monitoring and fire sprinkling system will be carved out during the process of the 24 budget. So in 25, you'll see those 5 line items. So some of that might be, for lack of a better term, hidden in the professional service. We're gonna carve that out so we have a better sense of what does that really cost us on an annual basis for electrical. So that's it, that's the directive of the mayor, and we've been working with departments, and, you know, it's a collaborative process with, you know, DPW, Mike said to me, Deb, is it gonna be all electrical? I'm like, no, Mike, it's just for your building. But I wouldn't have thought to give that direction, but for somebody saying, hey, like, let's get some clarity to this. So we have a meeting on the 16th that will go over that with the departments and carve stuff out. So I don't want to take too much time from Gary, but that's why NIPD's is like that. And we'll continue that process as we see it appropriate throughout the year. And then in future years, if there's something that the council really says, we really want to see this separate, if you share that, the chart of accounts by statute is under me, so I can add stuff.
So piggyback on that, perhaps, if it's appropriate for me to interject here, we also oversee the SPAC Superfund OMP plan every year, Nick and I. So that can conceivably be another one down the line that we carve out and put in here. So other than the NIPD's, we also oversee the ERM's annual operating maintenance plan contract as well.
That's good.
Yeah.
I use the Noah's Ark as an example, but, you know, especially first-term counselors coming into this room and looking at this book, there are far more questions than there are answers, and it takes a lot of time to digest this budget. And Mayor, you know exactly what I'm talking about, and you've had the opportunity of seeing the two sides. So you've seen it on the council side when you get to write the checks, and now you're seeing it on the other side when you're looking at the balance book and the checkbook saying, uh-oh, we've got an issue. I want to know if there's any other questions for the city planner. Is everybody, Councilor Reynolds, you have the floor, and then Councilor Bennett will follow.
So again, it's not totally a question, I'll be brief, but I echo everything that Deb has just said, and I applaud City Hall for going this way and finally making some clarity out of some subject matter and dollar amounts that we were unaware of. And although this may not have been the place, I love that Gary advocated for himself and his staff and that they work a tremendous amount in that office. And I know other departments will as well, but I appreciate it. I think it's okay to do that. And that's my comments.
Well said, Councilor Reynolds. Councilor Bennett, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Kelsey. Billy, I have a question. We have an item pending in my committee right now for a sustainability commission. And I was wondering if you could speak a little bit to how standing something like that up in the city is going to assist in your efforts, whether that be looking for those grant opportunities, what you think that return would be to the city.
Well, Councilor Bennett, I didn't catch anything that you said. Do you happen to have a pair of headsets that you could use instead of the speaker on your system?
Counselor, if I may, I think she was asking if, what the impact on your ability to go after grants while standing up the sustainability committee, would that have, or commission, would that have any impact on your ability to ascertain grants?
Councilor Bennett, do we have that right?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President.
So can you restate the question, please?
Oh, come on, Gary.
I'm sorry. I heard sustainability grants.
No, so the question was around the Sustainability Commission. By standing up the Sustainability Commission, which is in Councilor Bennett's committee.
What do you mean by standing up to it?
Standing it up.
Oh, I'm starting it up. Okay.
Will that allow you extra capacity to go after grants?
Probably not, no.
Okay.
I think we maximize that right now. And again, it's not a matter of it's administering the grant. So always remember, when you get a grant, it's and I always make this analogy to an iceberg. Filing for the grant application and getting it is the tip of the iceberg that stays out of the water, that's bobbing up and down. The mass of that, if you've seen cross sections, I'm sure we've all seen those photographs where 10 times the amount of that tip of the iceberg is underneath the water. It's the administration and when I tell you, sometimes daily. I remember going back to the Mass Works Grant program, and I got to tell you, I get a lot of kudos. let's not forget what Debbie Gould does. I mean, she was there shoulder to shoulder with me, all different buckets of money. Sometimes you just gotta collaborate lots of buckets of money because not one bucket of money pays for everything. And what do you always try to do, and I forgot we had this discussion the other day about always using the most restrictive money before you use the most green money, and making sure all the bills that are coming in, what buckets those are coming out of. The point is, particularly federal grants, they are very cumbersome and very tedious to administer. If not daily, every couple of days, certainly weekly, you have to stay on top of these. And what we went through with the Mass Works grant so many years ago, that really tempered me, my department. We all learned a lot about how to administer and change orders and really staying on top of things, because it's fluid lots of times. Because a lot of times, especially with construction projects, you know, sometimes you have drought, sometimes you have inclement weather and things have to stop, you go, you shift. So the point is, a lot of it's the administration. So while we could certainly pump out the grant applications, the question is, do we then have the manpower, the staff power to administer those? I think what we're doing right now is really cherry picking the most crucial grant applications. There were a lot of things that, you know, I think are less important as opposed to the more important ones, and I think we're going after the more important ones. I think we're going after the bigger fruit. So I don't necessarily think right now, without really seeing what the mission statement is or what the final product looks like, and once this commission gets its wheels and starts moving forward, and how it interacts with departments, until I see that, I don't think it's really incumbent upon me to say, yeah, as a result of that, it's going to do something else for my, I don't know that right now. As of right now, I probably have to say no until I see the proof in the pudding to see where there could be that kind of assistance, and in what capacity that assistance is. So again, I think if you look through the FY24 objectives, we will be applying for more grants. There are at least 3 or 4 that I articulated in the write-up, and there were about 3 or 4 that we're going to be administering that we received last year. So we've got a good at least half a dozen, and there's 2 more going out the door this week, actually, for environmental and sustainability and climate resilience. The BRIC grant. And what was the other one? Oh, the MVP grant, the action grant. Those are going out the door. So we're talking, right now the BRIC grant's $250,000. That's to do a feasibility study. If we get that grant, I'm sorry, we did get the grant. Once we demonstrate through the feasibility grant that we can achieve the objective that I articulated with staff at the mayor's office, we're probably looking at a $5 to $10 million BRIC grant for construction down the line. That's just one BRIC grant by itself. We're putting in for, anyway, enough said. I could go on and on. It's here. If you're more than welcome at any time, any of the councils want to give me a call on these. Let me finish by saying, of the appropriations that the council gave for the department, 3 of them already been locked up with purchase orders. There were 2 more that we have to get purchase orders. Those all get locked up in FY23. They're going to be encumbered into 24 because the projects aren't going to be done, obviously, in time. So thank you very much for those appropriations. That's only going to be augment my staff by having these consultants work on it, so they don't have to wait for my staff to get them, that we could at least administer the work of the consultant who would be doing essentially staff work for me. So we should then going to result in more grants coming down the line, which again, we talked about 3 months ago when I presented my my cases for these to the council.
You've sparked some thinking. I apologize that I did not list the Office of Economic and Community Development in our finance meetings, probably because they don't have a budget, but Mayor.
But you do for the block grant.
Right,
right. Dorothy was here, gave that presentation, and so you do have the block grant budget.
So to Mayor, I'll address the question to you. Do you think it's worth making a note on your yellow pad that a grant writer position with the city might be in order to maybe split between Office of Economic Community Development and Planning, because they're similar environments. initially, but then eventually for it to let the planning department get into their own grant development program more studiously than, and I know Councilor Blair is sitting there thinking it's about time somebody's addressing this, because each year he points out the police department grants that we get and the number of dollars that come into the city as a result of that stretch their budget considerably. And quite frankly, the Office of Economic Community Development would not have anywhere near the success that they've had if it weren't for her grant writing skills, which are paramount. So that's going to be on our continuing discussion going forward. Councilor Dolan.
So just to parlay on that, unless I'm not clear on what you're saying, are you talking about adding a position that would be a grant writer?
Yes.
So, I mean, Gary just told us that administering it is, like, we can, you know, correct me if I'm wrong in interpreting what you said, you can write grants all day long, it's the bulk of the work is administering it. So I think.
So I would be more supportive, if you may, if that's a discussion to be had, is more on a citywide level, is to get a grant writer, because, again, thank you, it's the administration that takes the time. It isn't really writing the grant application. Those, because they come so viscerally that we know what the need is, it just pours out to answer the questions. It's the administration that takes a lot. So my suggestion is, or the advice to the council would be, as you poll the other departments to see what they could be also doing by pulling in grants. You know, we talked about the community development block grant. We talk about the grants. I know Catherine Furyk does a yeoman's job on getting grants. But up until the time I requested these appropriations of the council, please understand, the projects that the planning department's worked on, I would never come before the council to ask for those appropriations. They were the millions of dollars. There was no way the council would ever appropriate those funds. Those are all grant-driven. 2 million, 6 million, land acquisitions that were up in the 1.2 millions. What I've come before you is for the requisite cash match, which we have to do. But in terms of the actual capital project itself, I mean, if we think about the MassWorks grant, I think all told, we pulled in about 5.8 million. I think the only piece that we put in was $19,900, and I remember that vividly because of a snafu with an electric bill. But other than that, that was all state-driven, and you see the product with that. The $1.8 million walkway that we built from county, it's all state. The land acquisitions we've done, hundreds of, if not close to, 1,500 acres? It's all state grant driven, you know, $500,000, $500,000, $500,000, $750,000. So I'm just saying that the vast majority of projects, at least 90% of the projects we work on that we've accomplished, the Department of Planning and Development, they're all grant driven. Because if you see my capital improvements plan, this is how wonderful all this always works together. If you look at my capital improvements plan for the Department of Planning and Development, that is. What do you notice? They're all threes. The only time I've come before the city council that I recall that I put a U there is the NIPD's 2 permit, which is a federal, unfunded federal mandate. Thou shalt do this. And what do we say in the definitions? That it's a project that's come out of the clear blue, that was unanticipated, an emergency, and or a federal mandate. That's the only U. All the other projects, when I see across the board with other departments, you know, land acquisition, build this bridge, clean this pond, all that, when you come across other departments that are, you know, a fire truck, a rescue squad, well, are we going to do the bridge over this area, or are we going to get a rescue squad? I don't compete with those. I'll tell you right now, that's why they're all threes. So where do we go? To those sources of funds that we can find the money. And what I ultimately come back to the council, as I said, is we have to put up a local cash match. So I think we do fantastic grant-wise, as does Catherine Furyk. The block grant is entitlement, and Dorothy does a hell of a job administering that and making those presentations. So the comment between Councilor Dolan and yourself, Councilor Conti, I think we should maybe look at that position more citywide to see where other departments could actually get some funds that maybe they just don't have the capacity right now, not in terms of aptitude, but in terms of capacity, staff time to actually write the application.
That was my intent.
Yeah.
Mayor, did you have?
I'm just going to take this opportunity, first of all, to acknowledge that Gary and his department are amazing. But your question about a grant writer is well taken. But to Gary's point and Councilor Dolan, it's much bigger than that. And what I'm finding in my brief time thus far is that we're telling a story of opportunities missed. One of my goals of my administration is to increase the efficiencies of this operation. By increasing the efficiencies of the operations where we can, by using technology and adopting new platforms, that will free up funds and time and effort to add staff. We are lean. In defense of all these people in this building, we are leaner than I even realize, my friends. I am not an advocate to advocate for positions, but I am an advocate to advocate for opportunities that we are missing because of inefficiencies that have happened over the years for various reasons that have done more harm, I think, to the city operation and to taxpayers in the long run. We need to correct those. We need to adjust fees and rates as appropriate and when appropriate and fairly. That's why we're doing the rate and indirect studies, so that we can have enough funds to get the people that Gary needs to run this department. It's not just adding a position because we think we need it. It's much bigger picture than that. And I am all in on that. And I feel passionately about this because it's not fair. We have harmed ourselves and the residents for too long. We need to set the ship right, and that's one of the things I'm most proud of with this budget with the auditor, is that we're trying to establish, Rick, a clear picture of where we are and do a course adjustment to be where we should be. But it's not just a question of hiring a grant writer, my friend. It's much more detailed than that. But I assure you, my intention is to get there.
Is there anyone else who has a comment? Mr. Arazian, thank you for being here.
My pleasure. All right, folks, thank you.
It was a pleasure.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
Same here.
Thank you.
Merci. Bye. Okay, come on.
Next up is Police Chief on page 57.
Good evening.
Good evening, Chief.
How are you?
Good, how are you, sir? Good.
Welcome. Tonight, we've budgeted 15 minutes, so you can use more if you wish, to review your budget and talk about, in particular, things that you see that are on the horizon that might surface between now and the supplemental budget that we did not put in your preliminary budget because it's either too soon or not yet evident. Because what we're trying to do is look at the preliminary budget this year together with the supplemental budget that comes out later in the year. With that, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Good evening. Auditor Gould. The council's at home. So, as always, the professional services part of the budget, a lot of that is tied out to contractual items in the police contract. There isn't much difference or jumps. We did have a lot of new hires come on, which lowers certain accounts like longevity when the older officers retire. So, and when there's always increases in wages, meaning contractual wage increases, percentages, that goes up. So we haven't jumped up a lot because we've hired so many new officers that come in at the lowest level. So that's why you don't see a significant jump. A lot of our officers have less than 5 years on the job. I think there's 64 officers that have less than 5 years on the job. And we've hired a significant amount of officers over the last year. And this honorable body knows the situation we're encountering in the police world, where it's tough, one, getting police officers. A lot of people don't want to take this job anymore. It's not really a calling that many people attract to, unfortunately. It's kind of a contemporary time in our nation. And also, excuse me, there's a free agency aspect that's going on where these officers are being drawn to other higher paying police departments. And we lost several officers to that. And I think we'll continue to experience that throughout this fiscal year also. So, any questions on the personnel section?
I want to say thank you for fully staffing the traffic control unit.
Thank you, sir.
The constituents that have been pressuring me to develop that unit are pleased, were pleased to hear that it would be in the preliminary budget. Traffic issues continue to be the #1 phone volume for this counselor. I don't know.
Mayor and I just had this
I'm guessing the mayor, because I tell everybody, call the mayor. Not everybody. Some people I try to calm down on my own.
Well, this honorable body certainly gets them. I get them. The mayor gets them. It's probably the #1 quality of life issue in the city right now. And so we had this conversation. You asked me to fully budget the traffic unit. And the mayor and I are having this conversation just yesterday, matter of fact, regarding this issue that the traffic unit is doing a great job, but they're just being pulled in every different direction right now. There's so many.
They're not fully staffed.
There's so many complaints coming in, so it's tough. So.
You said to me on the phone when we were talking about this is that maybe this traffic problem was a bigger animal than we realized.
Yes, I did, and I stand by that statement because it goes back to the roadway engineering and the volume of cars on the streets, and and perhaps politically correct. There's ignorant drivers out there that don't obey laws or want to get to places quicker. I guess that's the best way I could say that and sum it up that way in a public format like this. So, I think you understand what I'm saying.
So my question is it possible that even after we take this step and we fully staff this traffic control unit to the original level that we thought would be adequate, is it likely that we may decide that that unit needs to be larger still?
I think that would be a discussion that we take the step and see and evaluate. Hopefully, the number of complaints come down, and
I hope so.
We'll all be cognizant of that, because if our phone stops ringing, and so we'll be very aware of that. If it doesn't, then we'll have to have another conversation and evaluate the situation and ask why and tear back the onion.
And from a financial standpoint, the traffic control unit is generating revenues.
Mm-hmm.
And is that significant?
Not as in the past, as Auditor Gould certainly knows. 10, 12 years ago now, the state took away a lot of the monies and redirected them to the state. So the revolving fund, the tickets are split with the city, so 50% of the tickets written go to the general fund, and 50% comes back to support the police vehicle purchasing and maintenance. So
$52,947 so far this fiscal year.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I'm sorry, $52,947.10 so far this year.
that hit the 2601.
In the revolving fund, so double that.
So 100,000.
105.
And what was it last year?
I didn't bring that with me. I can get that for you though.
I would be interested in knowing.
But to the chief's point, years ago.
Well, that's gone by.
There were different splits with the state, and that has gone by.
Right.
We generated a lot more
We can't
money.
do anything about the split
Right.
changing. I mean, that's the state mandate, that's the way they did it. But
To the point is that we generated a lot of more funds prior to the state redirecting those funds.
That used to pay for a cruiser or two. Yeah.
Right, and we can't do anything about that. They
I
changed
understand that, but.
They changed the accounting, it's over. So the idea is that if we are able, if we're able to get a full traffic control unit, they're out there, they're working, traffic complaints go down, traffic fines go up, maybe they go from 100,000 to 200,000, that buys more than one police car. So we're on the right track there. what I'm interested, what I'm happy about, or what my constituents are happy about, is that the law is being enforced. The traffic laws are being enforced, and that's particularly in South Attleboro, and deference to Councilor Reynolds. That seems to be where the majority of the complaints are coming from. So I'm pleased that we're getting there.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Councilor Copus, you have the floor.
2 items. First of all, with the overtime, I know the approved budget for last year was $260K and it's 400 this year. Revised after the transfers was 490. But it looks like, so the overtime is now being sort of accurately projected and estimated for this year.
So last year we funded 260 because if this honorable body remembers, we repurposed funds from the overtime account to bring on additional police officers to reduce the amount of overtime. The problem being is we couldn't hire and staff those positions immediately because of the retirements or resignations. So it kicked the can down the road. So the overtime, it's remarkable that I only had to come back once and ask for money on the amount of overtime. We were down, I believe, 26 officers at one point.
And that was my next question, is where are we now as far as vacancies?
So let's talk about the definition of being down police officers. So we've never been under budgeted for the police officers. This honorable body and the mayor has always supported the police department with fully staffing. The problem is when we go to hire. We're civil service, it's a linear process. And what we're experiencing now is we go through the process, we're expending funds to bring these people on through the battery of tests they have to go through in the background and what have you. And then it comes down to say, okay, your start date is gonna be May 10th. And they say, well, Bourne Police Department's hiring me too, and I'm gonna go down there because they pay more. So now we have to start all over again and go through the process. And many times we've asked them up front, are you being considered by another police department? You know, we need to know that. We tried anything and everything, but we're very mechanistic in our civil service process. And that's the way the personnel rules for the HRD is, and that's the way the chapter 31, I forget now, 30, civil service law stipulates. That's been a problem. Once we hire, they have to go to the police academy. There's only 2, arguably 3 police academies close enough for us to send them to, Plymouth and Randolph. If we have to, we send them to Boylston. Previously, we had no other option. We sent them to Reading, which travel time was that was a tough. We won't do that again because it was just too hard on the student officers. So we have to wait for an academy. Then they get into the academy's 6 months long, they get out of the academy, and there's an FTO process. So you're talking about 1 full year that we're bringing people on, paying their salaries, but we're not enjoying a benefit for their service because of the training aspect of it. Which is okay with me because we want a fully trained, qualified police officer to be put on the street. However, it takes a full year to get them out there. So that lag time, we still have to maintain the level of services, and we have to do that through overtime. And I'm gonna tell you, I have to pat myself on the back, but I'm surrounded by a very good staff, and we do, I think, a very good job holding down the overtime and not wasting taxpayer money. When I have to come back to this council, I want to make sure that you guys know that I really, truly need the money. If I can repurpose funds somehow without coming back to ask, that is my goal.
So the answer, Council Combs, is what's a full department, personnel-wise?
92 right now. It'd be
92.
95 if this honorable body supports the traffic unit
So
fully.
295, yep. And currently, how many officers do you have?
We're fully staffed at 70. We just had 1 retirement, so we're in the process of backfilling that 1 vacancy, but we should shortly be fully staffed. So we'll have 70 patrolmen, And that includes detectives, that includes traffic, that includes the pop team. So staffed, budgetary is 70 patrolmen. The rest are command staff, up to 92. So sergeants, lieutenants, captain, deputy chief, and chief.
I didn't mean to step on your
No,
floor.
that's perfect.
Um,
And so 95 total, 70 patrolmen. You have, or 71 patrol.
Would be 70.
70. And how many do you have total of the
92
92?
sworn police officers, it's 92, including myself.
Okay.
And in this budget year, we've asked for 3 traffic officers to fully staff the traffic unit, which would bring up the capacity to 95.
Oh, so that's pretty close. That's not bad.
You're fully
Excellent.
staffed is your point. You're fully staffed right now.
Budget, how am I saying this?
Can I interject? So I think it's an important distinction because I didn't understand it until I sat down with the chief to make sure I really got it. They have the numbers for the full 92, the additional 3 would get them to 95. The ability to actually put the folks out on the street to do law enforcement stuff. He's down the number of folks that are in the training process, which drives the overtime because he backfills with officers that are here to accomplish those requirements.
And how many are in the
Training
pipeline?
process.
Oh, all right. So we have, I believe 10 in FTO. We have 4 graduating from the police academy Thursday night. We have 5 more going to the police academy in May.
Okay, so that paints a better picture. Thank
Yeah.
Yeah, that does paint
I think I'm missing 2 or 3.
think
This
there is
hiring process has been.
you. Thank you. Okay, that paints a much better
helps
picture.
because that's the missing link, right?
Yes.
Like, you have 92 fully staffed folks in your budget, but you don't have the ability to put 92 folks out on the street because they're through the process of either at the academy, in training offices.
So that's why I said the definition of,
Right.
Thank you. That closes the loop.
loop.
Thank you.
So if they're in training or FTO or in the police academy, they're not eligible or qualified to go out and provide police services to us. Until they graduate from the police academy and perform the FTO qualifications, that's when what we call, they're part of minimum manning. Minimum manning of the number of police cars we have on the street per district to answer the calls of service. So, and that is where, I guess, the delta comes. Right?
Yeah, that's the missing piece for those of us that are just looking at the numbers, because
Yeah.
you have the budget for it, but you don't get I think the chief said, you know what, I don't get the productivity from them until this entire 1-year process is there. And then part of the problem is some of those folks, they go through the process and then they leave us for financial opportunities in another department that are better, which is.
Well said.
And then the one other quick question I had was the increase in the night differential. I didn't understand that increase. I think it was a 10% increase, 27K?
No, so that's part of the number of officers that are assigned to the night shift. So 2/3 of the department works the 4 to 12 and midnight shift. So by contract, they're eligible for that stipend, and it's a percentage of their pay. So as they go up in steps, their pay goes up. So that stipend will also correspondingly go up with the amount of pay per step they are.
And so this relates to there's the people working nights.
So they get an
step
8
increasing, or more people started working nights.
It's both. So you have 8% that work 4 to 12. They get an 8% stipend for the 4 to 12 shift and a 10% stipend for the midnight shift. And there's also other stipends that are by contract. So if the steps increase, meaning that if I'm on step 5 and I go to step 6, right, my pay goes up. So we have a lot of young officers that are going up in steps, and you'll see the salaries increase in the next fiscal year or 2 fiscal years or 3 fiscal years. There's not many officers that are at the final top step, which is now, I believe, 11? I think it was 7 for years, then we negotiated it to 11, and that's part of the problem also, where now you have 11, I think it's 11 steps. Other departments have 5, 6. So the past 2 administrations ago thought it was a good idea to stretch out the 11 for a cost savings, but it's really not been a cost savings at all. It's been a detriment, I guess.
Okay, so this is contractual. It just jumped out at me as if an 11% contractual jump was something that just jumped out at me.
So,
All set?
All set, thank you.
Mr. President?
Real quick, one thing I'll say, Chief, is what was really enlightening for me is when we sat down several months ago, when you showed me the fluctuation in your overtime, and you could draw back to when it was low overtime, you had the staff that were street ready, that were out, able to do it. I think the fundamental challenge that you face is, and I like how you said the free agency piece of it, we need to be able to retain, because we're getting to the point where we're seeing a lot of our offices get close to retirement, you know, and what happens is when you have 64 with less than 5 years experience, stop me if I'm wrong, there's a level of institutional knowledge that isn't there, which is critical, especially in policing. And that's why, you know, I'm sure Peter will talk about it, so I won't, but I'll just say Quinn Bill, you know, some semblance of a retention tool that you have, because, you know, the offices you have now, you've got a great force, and it's not just lip service, one of the best in the state. And my fear is Attleboro is becoming a training ground for other local departments.
It is, we're feeling that effect, and we do have a plan. It will be part of the bargaining process.
Right.
And we recognize it, we have a plan, we've been in discussions, and we will be executing a plan this year. We're optimistically hopeful. But we have to do, there's a process we have to do, but we understand that we need to retain our police officers because it's cost prohibitive to constantly hiring. And there's a breaking point where if we're spending taxpayer dollars on a revolving wheel out the door, and we're not retaining these police officers, like you said, we become a training ground, there's a breaking point that we can either spend on Quinn Bill or the training of the police officers. So we can't have a dog chasing its tail. We can't operate that way. And we didn't create the situation, but this is the situation in the Commonwealth. And we recognize it, and we're addressing it.
Yeah, without a doubt you are. And I just think it's important, if I may, to know that, you know, you're shoveling seaweed against the tide in certain areas. And, you know, when you look at really the things you've been able to accomplish as your tenure as chief, and it's because you've been able to hire. And when you get those hires in and you're able to retain them, you know, there's a lot of factors you can't control, Chief, and you know that as well as I do. That, you know, it stinks to see, you know, the hard work that you and your supervisors put in to see people leave. And I think, you know, that's it's something that I know that you're well aware of, and you live it much more than we ever will. But
I appreciate that.
It's not. It doesn't go unnoticed.
Thank you. And we do have a wonderful staff,
Yep.
and they do a great job. But I need to give kudos to this honorable body also, because the best insurance policy any police department has is their training budget. And when I became chief, I believe the training budget was $14,000 almost 14 years ago. And if you divide that by the number of officers in the department, and that's how much money we're investing in the training, it is now $150,000. And that's kudos to this honorable body, the mayor, that we 64 officers, less than 5 years, we need to do a lot of training. The support from the council's been tremendous.
All set?
All set, thank you.
So I know you're responsible for this crossing guards. Did we, Ms. Auditor, did we move the money out of the police department to the school department for the crossing guards?
Crossing guards are in 1-300 classification. I can tell you the page number that they're on. They've been in that spot for many years. It's on page 78, and the chief and I and a couple of our staff members had extensive discussions on the crossing guards. They are collective bargaining. The chief budgeted appropriately for those. That's why you'll see the adjustments. We grow something up in the first column and we adjusted it in the second column for the recommended. And I'm not gonna lie, when we had the discussion and I needed to round, I rounded up to the nearest whole dollar, because in my world, if this entire budget was up to the nearest whole dollar, it would be easier. So that's gonna be a recommendation going forward for folks.
So I'm
But-
sorry, I'm on page 78. I
Yep,
don't see crossing guards.
Salaries, the salaries in this group, Counselor County, where it
Okay,
says
the
the 300
205,000 is the crossing guards?
is the crossing guards. Where it says holidays, the 6,800, that's a contractual obligation in the
Yep.
crossing guard contract. The $15,000 is classified here, that is unemployment related to crossing guards. They're by the number of weeks that they have off, they actually get a payment in the middle, so to speak, of their salary cycle. Clothing allowance is the crossing guards. There's a little bit of additional money in there because that is the one account that if there's that one is contractually obligated, Chief. It's the uniforms that you'll see below near where it says $98,000 under
Yep.
the supplies, right above there, there's $5,000. That was an increase because there's no place for the chief to go if there's a change in staff, and there is some turnover in the world of school crossing guards.
It's a lot of turnover.
Yeah, so it went from 3 to 5 this year.
Yep, yep, thank you for pointing that out. Councilor Blair, you have the floor.
I'm gonna speak, how do you say, I've been screaming about this for a long time. The way we hire police officers in town is antiquated. We've gotta somehow, at the time councilor and now mayor, put a package together and we sent it to the state for civil service. We didn't ask to do away with civil service, we asked to rework it. So it give us an opportunity to be in the ballpark looking for police officers and retaining them. I know the figure is 100, 110 every time we lose one to bring another one on. I have no faith in our state legislature at this point. That home rule petition has been sitting in a pile up in Boston, how long, Kathleen?
Over a year.
Year and a half,
Over a year, yeah.
right? With no action. My next step, hopefully before I leave this honorable body, that we do away with civil service in Attleboro if it's at all possible. And I think the mayor is committed to looking into that and how we can do it. They're not willing to work with us in Boston. Why should we work with them?
Many cities and towns are getting out of civil service.
But the cost that it costs this city to train police officers for another town is astronomical. And they know it when they come here. It's a job. They get trained. It burns me to see a police officer from Wareham or up in the Boston area working these streets. I'm old enough to remember I knew every cop on this force. I know it wasn't as big then, but I knew them all personally. Before becoming a counselor, I worked on an Attleboro police cruiser with one of my accounts. I grew up with Kyle's dad, graduated high school with him. Roland Saborin worked for me at the garage. I could name a dozen police officers, but they were local, but they were hired local. We got to get back to that. We got to stop wasting money training police officers for other communities. And the only way we can do that is we have to be attractive. We want, I know Kyle wants, and we've hashed this over many times, we want the best. We don't want the best of the worst. We want the best. I've gone over the list with Kyle that he's interviewed, and sometimes it's sickening. We have to regain the ability to hire. The way we do that is make it attractive for officers to go to college, get an education, come to Attleboro, and we retain them. And the ability for Kyle to hire local individuals, not going off that civil service list. I remember that 15 miles, I think, was the radius. You couldn't hire outside of 15 miles.
That's changed, yeah.
Now,
And to your point, Counselor, we have a lot of people that do get hired from around the state, and after they're trained, after they're settled here, they do go back to where they're from on the North Shore or out west or down the Cape, and so we do lose police officers that way because we have to hire off the civil service list, and they might be from up around the New Hampshire line or out towards Springfield down the Cape, but that's the rules we have to play by. We're civil service. We don't have. It's a very mechanistic approach, and I've shown the mayor, I've shown several city councils the list. It might take us 475 names to get 5 people hired. It's amazing. In that home rule petition that actually the mayor drafted as a city council and introduced to this honorable body, which passed, is sitting up at the State House. Representative Gordon is holding every home rule petition up in his committee and will not allow any of the process to go forward at all.
excuse me, Kyle, not to interrupt, but there is a process to getting out of civil service.
There's 2 ways. We can do it by ballot vote in the city, where the citizens vote if we put it on the ballot, or we can get a home rule petition via the legislature. Right now, I believe it's up to 28, 29 home rule petitions up there. But they, when I say they, persons of interest, one of them being Representative Gordon, I believe he's out of Lexington, do not want this home petition rule to go through because that will be the end of civil service. So it's bureaucratic red tape that's going on right now. So like Falmouth did a town meeting and their citizens opted out of civil service. The way you get in is the way you get out. Foxborough, Norwood, Wellesley, they all voted it out at town meeting. So there's 2 ways to get out. Right now, the home rule petition is not going through. I talked to our state delegation. Representative Gordon will not release any home rule petition out of committee at all.
Hey, excuse me, Kyle. Can this honorable body vote to get out of civil service?
No, if we were a town, we could have it by town meeting vote. However, we're a city, so under Chapter 4, Section 4B, we would have to go to a ballot vote.
So, Counselor, that means you would need to enter new business into the council to be put into the Elections Ordinances Committee to put a ballot question on the next municipal election for voters to be able to opt out of the civil service.
Do we have time to do that before the next municipal election?
I think we do.
If we do,
The ballot measure needs to be approved by the Attorney General. So if you put it into the council's new business, President assigns it to ordinances and elections, it goes through the process of getting finalized there, votes through the council, goes to the mayor for signature. The ordinance then goes to the Attorney General. The Attorney General has to approve the language. Then it gets put on the ballot so that voters, when they're voting for city councilors and mayors, etc., they can have the option of voting out of civil service.
sounds good to me.
would give us more flexibility in hiring.
And I'm more than willing to do it. I'm not somebody to write up the proposal, but we do have somebody on staff now that could do that, right?
Yes, I believe we do. I believe we have somebody on staff.
Okay, let's get it done. Give this guy a shot to make us. I know we're one of the best. Let's give him a shot to make this police department the best police department in Massachusetts by hiring qualified people and educating them. I didn't have much education, but I believe in education.
Thank you.
So do I. Councilor Waterman.
Okay. I sort of hate taking any more of your time, but I wanted to thank you for putting in for another substance abuse therapist. And so that gives us 2 now if this passes?
So this is part of the opiate settlement through the Commonwealth and the Attorney General's office.
So, yeah, this money is from private entities, the $150,000, Councilor Waterman?
Yes?
Yeah. So it's in the chief's budget. It is a separate item that came down as communication because it needs to be voted. It's the opioid settlement money, the $131,000 that was in the budget this year that hasn't been used.
Okay.
I have to reserve it at year end, so it's available. It has to be a reservation of equity on the balance sheet by statute. It's required. There's pending legislation to set up a special revenue fund. None of that has happened yet. So this line is money that has to be used consistent with the settlement agreement that the Attorney General's office negotiated for opioid money. And this is part of the money that the city received last year. There will be additional money, so it's not gonna go away immediately. After meetings with the mayor and the chief, the approach was to do contracted services. He may come forward at some point in the future and say, I believe the better option is for staffing, a full-time person, 2 full-time people, a person and a half, but this is the first,
First step in
the
it.
first step in getting the chief some of the assistance that he thinks is necessary for support.
A while coming. This is great.
Good, thank you. Appreciate that.
Do we have any other questions for the chief? Thank you, sir.
I have one for you.
What's that?
I have one for you.
Okay, sure.
Many years ago, we discussed crossing guards.
We discussed
Crossing guards.
crossing guards, yes.
Hiring crossing guards has been becoming an issue also. There's a lot of turnover. We did a study years ago. I'd love to have a discussion with you about the necessity of crossing guards for certain schools or certain ages. It may be time. Many communities are reevaluating crossing guards, and many are just keeping them for elementary schools crossings and doing away with middle school and high school crossings. As you can see, the salaries are constantly increasing.
So there has been some discussion in the council about crossing guards. And the discussion in the council was that perhaps we're underpaying the crossing guards, even though they get paid more than city councilors. And that there's a link between the people who are attracted to become crossing guards and those who are collecting Social Security. And there are laws in Social Security on how much money you can earn. And the council was pondering the issue of whether or not we're paying the people that are seniors becoming crossing guards the maximum amount that they can earn so that they could be motivated financially to be good crossing guards. I have had a few conversations with some crossing guards and have found that it's a challenging job, much more challenging than I realized. Not as challenging as a city councilor, but they experience a tremendous amount of stress, particularly depending on where they're stationed. County Square, as an example, is a very stressful place to be stationed. And the need for a crossing guard at County Square is very high because there have been incidents in County Square, as you're well aware of. So I'm looking forward to this conversation with you because I see the $200,000 in salaries for city councilors. That's a big number. I mean, not for city councilors, for crossing guards. And a $200 amount does catch our attention, but the roads it's the wild, wild west out there. It's those guys, gals that are crossing guards have a big job, much bigger than I realized. And it wasn't until I talked to a few of them that I realized that. So yes, we'll have that conversation about crossing guards.
Just so you know, that when the crossing guard position does not go, if a crossing guard calls out, we try to get a reserve crossing guard. We have to take a police cruiser off the road to fill that spot, which de-polices the city. And we need to have a conversation, is it time that we reevaluate the need for crossing guards at certain locations or certain schools, meaning that elementary students walking to school, certainly there's a safety aspect there, but middle school, high school, do we need them? We need to have a discussion there, because there's gonna come a point where I may not be able to fill a crossing guard position. So we need to be prepared for that. And
We'll have that conversation. And as we leave, I also want to say that I don't get the opportunity to interface with your officers very often. When they deliver notices to my door for an emergency meeting, I grill them. You know, we have a conversation in my driveway. And I've been very impressed with the people that you've sent to my house to deliver notices. They're the only officers that I've gotten to meet, but
I need you to speed more to support the budget.
No.
We give them notifications so they don't have to go to your house.
Well, yeah, if I had time, I would. I've noticed the youth in the force, and you know, when I look at these officers, it could be my kids. It's an interesting conversation. So kudos to you on your hiring and the caliber of people that you have in your staff. I'm impressed.
I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Like I said, I steer the ship, but I don't make the ship go. We have fabulous middle managers, supervisors that do an excellent job, and when you surround yourself with good, competent people, it makes your job easier and it makes you look better.
You're absolutely right.
So, you know, as I appreciate that, our staff is tremendous. They do a really good job.
And I'll add that I have not received a single call on a complaint of an officer in 14 years as a city councilor. That's big. That is big. So with that, if we're all done,
Sorry.
yes, Miss Auditor, go right ahead.
Yeah, I just want the council to be aware that the 3 revolving funds that are in section 20 of the city ordinance that require right now, until the legislation passes or changes, the caps to be authorized by the municipal council are before you. I've looked at the equity and made sure that they're okay. And those 3 funds are the one that we talked about a few minutes ago, the police replacement of vehicles, police false alarm, which is, we're gonna sorely miss Lieutenant.
Sergeant Blackwell.
Sergeant? Oh, I thought he was lieutenant. He's, you know, up there in rank in our eyes. He recently retired, and my office worked with him on this, and he was a great guy. So this fund too is in healthy and good shape. And the other one, which is just the bane of our existence, it's a small little fund out there, the fingerprinting fund, which has to be renewed annually, because someday somebody's actually gonna do what they're supposed to do at some other federal or state level, and that money will be there when it's not needed. So those 3 funds are requested to be renewed from the police department.
Very good. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Kyle.
Thank you.
Yes, so next we're building inspector, protective services. We have, maybe we could get
I did see him come
Bill
in.
to come online.
There he is.
There he is. He's on page 70. My apologies, Mr. Building Inspector, I should have known that the police department would go longer, right?
Well, I knew, but I came early just in case.
Thank you for being here.
We'll try to catch you up right now.
Well, that's
so.
what we're here for. We want to be caught up with what's going on in the budget and what you see going on in your trade that might have an impact on your future budgets, particularly the supplemental budget that happens later on in the year. So with that, I'll give the floor to you, and you can tell us about your budget.
Well, my budget is, if you just go by percentage-wise, over the past couple of years, it kind of jumped up a little bit this year. But that's basically 100% due to the addition of changing my job title to include building facilities manager. Also creating an assistant building commissioner position, which also will need a. So that's an additional job. So it's going to add a person to my staff. So it's I would say about a $90,000 increase this year, which is a new person and a couple of job adjustments. Everything else in my budget is basically level funded, as it normally is. We don't have a lot of bells and whistles in our neck of the woods. It's more personnel.
Do you see your volume steady, or do you see, is it
still steady? It really is. We hit over $1 million again so far this year. Before the end of the year, we've been consistently doing it for the last 5 years or so. And each year, especially when the pandemic hit, we kind of took a look at it and saying, like, we better kind of brace ourselves, because it was probably one of the busiest years we've had. So, and with interest rates and things climbing, house sales slowing down a little bit, we really haven't seen, because it seems like commercial has been just as busy. So, and things on the horizon, Sturdy is still going to be doing very large.
So you're seeing commercial steady and strong. You're seeing residential construction continuing.
Yes, but not as on the rapid pace that it was. Now, there's a couple. There's more reasons. There's a couple of subdivisions that are kind of closing out, but the ones that are still there are still building houses. Maybe not at the clip that they were.
And your contracted plumbing and electrical inspections steady as well?
Absolutely, yeah.
So the renovations are continuing?
Yes, absolutely.
So your department is a real moneymaker for the city. I mean, the permit fees that you bring into the city contribute substantially to the revenue side of that portion of the pie of permits for the city. It's good to hear that things are steady, because those revenues will continue. I don't have any further questions. Does anyone have any questions for the building inspector? You're right, this is going to be a short meeting.
Yeah, we don't, like I said, the bells and whistles, I don't see any vehicles coming up in the next couple of years. I see us, knock on wood, but I see us, I'm in pretty good shape with all of
I'm encouraged by your new responsibilities for capital property management. I think that this is long overdue. I mean, I remember discussing this with Mayor Dumas. And so that's 1, 2, 3, 4 mayors ago.
Yeah, we have a lot of work ahead of us in putting that together.
You do.
We.
One of the reasons that we are carving out HVAC and the things that I spoke about earlier is because it's going to give Bill a better sense of what we need, right? If, depending on the direction we go in the future, it's, the information that we need to provide so that we can determine how we should move forward. This is the first step in that.
I'm all for putting the animals in their cages. I like the idea totally. Councilor Cobus.
And that was the one thing that jumped out at me with this budget was, aside from the salary increase tied to the new role, I didn't see any other changes. And I was sort of expecting to see maybe something tied to the new role.
And like I said, the biggest thing is another body in our office to take up a lot of the roles. The assistant building commissioner will take a lot of my stuff off of my plate. I'll still be the guy to interact with the constituents and on issues and major projects, things like that. But it will let me concentrate a lot on doing the building blocks for this other role as well.
Have you been in the position long enough to be able to foresee whether or not there's gonna be any financial needs in the short term?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Not a huge amount, right away, but there are issues with fire departments and police departments and buildings, not the departments
Buildings,
themselves.
yeah,
Yes.
I understand.
Library's in good shape, but, there's always something, I know the library's looking to do a little bit of remodeling inside for protection reasons, things like that. But I think that we can do what they need to do on.
And Bill, just, you worked with Gary and Carol on the RFP for the building survey, condition survey that we funded, that you all funded. So that's going to be happening, and that's going to yield
And
a
that's out.
ton of information.
Yeah, that's
Is it
out, it's
Okay.
out, yeah. That's out for
That's out for bid,
Yes.
so we're still 6 months out to receive it, right?
they have 30 days, I think, to get it in. We should be picking somebody within the next couple of months.
Good.
Yeah, we're fast tracking it for sure.
That's gonna be an interesting document.
It is, yes, it is.
They've got their work cut out for them. Go ahead, Council Cobus.
And especially as this role develops and maybe with next year's budget, I would look at ways, maybe financially, that if there are things that you can do that would really be a force multiplier for maintenance throughout the city that you can do. If there are things that we can do that we can fund that would really be force multipliers to save us money over the long term, I would encourage you to do that and look at those ways that we can do that.
That is the game
So
plan.
what was the term that you gave to that study?
The,
Building
it's the buildings, the building, Gary has it on the top of his head.
I forget what we called it, but
Yeah,
they're going
it's
to
the
survey.
building- Yeah, it's a building survey study it's basically to study all of our buildings, to see what, over a 20-year period, building assessment, yeah.
Any questions
Public
for
facilities
the
assessment.
Protective Services Inspector? I don't see any on the Zoom. Any here? Thank you for coming in, Bill.
Thank you, Bill.
We've got animal control and water.
No, I think we have water.
You're gonna have to take care of the cages.
Control is with the park.
Yeah, Derek.
It's gonna be with the park, okay.
It's all the same department, so I believe they moved.
Thank you, Bill.
I didn't know that until
Bill.
late, so I think you have stuff printed, but we'll just reprint your new stuff for next week.
So, do we have we do. Courtney Allen is on our Zoom.
Sorry to leave you, ladies and gentlemen, but it's past my bedtime.
Good night's sleep.
Good night.
Courtney Allen, welcome. Good to see you online.
See you later. I'm sorry I got out of hand. Huh?
Courtney, are you still there? Earth to Courtney.
I don't see her name anymore.
Well, her name's there. It's just
Name's there.
But the box
I
is
think we've lost the video.
black.
Courtney, can you hear us?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
I could try calling her.
I'm sure she's trying to
Yes, you're probably right.
fix it.
Probably right.
Yeah, I would assume so.
Hey, cool.
You calling her is probably just gonna distract her from.
Her laptop's not working. She's going to log in on her phone. Okay, thank you, Courtney. No, we just see a shady black corner over there. So, yeah. Nope. Okay, thank you, Courtney. Okay. Okay, bye. Her laptop crashed. She's going to try to get in via phone. She can see and hear us, but that's it.
Water is on the whole different section book here.
It starts on page 16 of the enterprise fund budget.
Yep, it's where the yellow pages break and go to 16.
Okay, can everybody see me?
Well, now we
Yes,
can
thank
hear
you,
you. That's a
Courtney.
big progress. Courtney, we're here to talk about both the budget, the preliminary budget that you've worked out with the mayor, but also to discuss what you see coming down the road as budget needs that may have an impact on the supplemental budget later in the year or in budgets in future years. So with that, we'll turn the floor over to you. The floor is yours, Courtney.
Okay, I do want to start by saying this was a very, very difficult year to prep the budget, for sure. We're seeing still, and I mentioned this last year, we're seeing really long lead times. We're still seeing materials prices especially increasing. We hoped it would get better by now, but it still has not. Things are slowing down for those increases, but it's not back to normal yet. So you're going to see certain lines where there are increases. There are other lines where I could reduce spending, and I'll get into specific larger lines for that in a little bit. I do want to point out any single point within this budget, any increase, reduction, or thought to any service that we provide. I always try to keep our business owners and our residents in mind. The main goal of the water department is for sure safe drinking water and to continue the services that we provide. With doing our best to keep the rate as low as possible. So the major things you're going to see in this year's requests, there's a couple of new accounts. One of them you've probably seen with other departments so far, and that's a legal services line. That's just a moved account. It appears to be new on here. It's not. It's something that I used to take out of the professional services line each year. So this kind of puts it in its own spot. The larger of the two new accounts is vegetation mitigation. And that, if you look, it's line 530332. Vegetation mitigation, if everyone remembers, last budget season, I had requested funding for chestnut removal at Luther Reservoir. With the time it took to get permits through conservation in both towns, because the reservoir lays between North Attleboro and Attleboro, we were not permitted for mechanical harvesting, so we did hand harvesting this year, meaning FY23, it was summer of 22. And it basically kept the chestnuts in check, but a mechanical harvesting is going to be needed. I'm hoping it's a one and done as invasive species go. That's not typically the case. So the auditor and I, after discussions, this account was added because this is likely an issue going forward. So it may clear up at Luther Reservoir, but it may be needed in other locations in the future. Reduced accounts, maintenance contracts and maintenance of wells. These are lines 524270 and 524003. These are both reduced. You'll notice the maintenance of wells is not going to be funded in FY24. The maintenance contracts is a little bit lower. The total reduction between the two is in the tune of $45,000. The reason being for this, both of these services are needed for Wading River. When the plant is running 24/7, 365, we basically pull one of the filter beds and one of the wells down the beginning of each summer, maybe early spring, to maintain that particular well and filter bed. And then the following year, we will do the service on the other. That is not going to be needed in FY24 because the plant has not been running 24/7, 365, so that can be delayed until the plant is back up and running and temporary treatment for the PFAS is in place. You'll notice 553181, there's a slight reduction. There are some items and some internal work with the maintenance and operations staff that was planned for FY24. I was able to do internal transfers this year and get some of these things done earlier. The other major reduction you'll see is actually in chemicals, and this is kind of an odd one. Our costs per chemical, per gallon, per pound, depending on the chemical, some of them have doubled or tripled over the last couple of years. I have, for example, one chemical that's tripled since FY22, and that's our disinfection chemical, bleach. However, again, as I said, we've been running the West Street plant, basically to handle most of the production for the system over the last couple of years. So there is pre-treatment in place. There's clarification of the water, there's filtration of the water before any chemical treatment. So that final chemical treatment of the water tends to be less costly per gallon than it would be with the current setup of Wading River. So there is a reduction in actual chemical use. So that's, even though the chemicals are more money per gallon, that's the reduction you see there. I have a couple of accounts that increased due to personnel costs. There is the salary and wages, as always. We've retained staff throughout this fiscal year. My staffing's actually full right now. So that's basically reflective of contractual step raises and the clerks who have signed their contracts. So they have a cost of living increase. For personnel lines, you'll also notice the healthcare has increased, and that's reflective of what we're actually spending and what we spent this year. So it's an increase on the request from last year. The other one you'll notice is licenses, and it's a smaller account. That's 515050. And I do want to point this one out. It is a smaller account. It's a very large increase in the request from FY23. That account handles renewals and initial licenses for CDL, hoisting, cross-connection, and backflow license, as well as the treatment and distribution licenses. This is a renewal year for treatment and distribution. So basically, between the license types, we have a lot of licenses, and we're retaining a lot of licenses, which is a good thing. We have one cross-connection backflow license renewing this year, one CDL, 7 hoisting, 15 drinking water treatment licenses, licensed employees that will be renewing this year, and then 20 out of my 31 staff that are holding distribution licenses that will need to be renewed this year. So again, that one kind of flops back and forth, but I just wanted to point out the licensing and the hard work of my staff that does a great job, and I couldn't do it without them. The last of the accounts that increased that I really want to point out is 521006, which is the sewer. This is reflective of increased rates per the sewer. Again, Tom over at wastewater is seeing the same increase as we are. And, that is reflected in rates as the years go by. He's kind of hitting the same wall that we are. And it's also reflective of typical operations at the West Street plant. We do not pay sewer for Wading River. The other large increases, and again, these are all material based, but this particular one is carbon replacement, which is 530335. This is a service account, but it's related to replacement in the granular activated carbon of each of the 4 filters at the West Street plant. We replace the carbon one filter per year, so they're on a 4-year cycle. We're seeing an estimate in increased cost of 50% from the vendors. I actually didn't believe it at first. We did reach out to other vendors, and they're all within a couple $100s of each other, so this is a legitimate increase. 553180, which is supplies water. This is supplies for the distribution crew that are not related to paving or fill type materials. So this would be pipe, valves, fire hydrants, and just their major materials like that. This was increased by about 25%. And it's, again, we're seeing long lead times, we're seeing increased costs. We have hydrants that we used to be able to buy and be able to get the next week at $1,650 or so a piece 2 years ago. Now we're waiting close to a year or possibly more, and the price has more than doubled, and that's in the last 2 years. And we're seeing similar, more or less, with their other materials. The last one you're going to see a decent sized increase in will be 553182. This is the lab supplies account. Our lab is certified to analyze for heterotrophic bacteria and E. coli and total coliform bacteria. And the bulk of this increase is actually just material costs, and the costs and the actual materials to run the samples, the standards to run the samples, standards to keep our certifications to run these bacteria. And again, the prices on those have doubled in the last 2 to 3 years as well. So it's a hefty increase.
So Courtney, in the lab, isn't there an entire lab industry out there that does contract work for water plants?
There is, and we do use them. We have all of our chemistry certification samples, those actually get sent out. Everybody's familiar with PFAS and THMs, things like that. Things that we only send maybe once a month, once a year, anywhere in between, it's much less costly to contract them out. And honestly, if you're only running 1 or 2 samples a year, the familiarity with a particular test, you're better off subbing it to somebody who does, instead of 1 a year, they're doing 1,000. Bacteria, total coliform, and E. coli in particular, are a much, much better thing to keep in-house.
Because you're more frequent.
To send out, we probably send out 60 a month, so about 800 a year. So we can actually run them for about the same price in-house. There are reasons you want to keep it in the plant. The reason being, if you say we get a positive E. coli sample, we know right away. We know sometimes, like if we got one, we could possibly know hours before the sample is due to be finally read. A contract lab, if we send out a sample and we hit the E. coli, they are not required to inform us until 24 hours later. So if you're looking at a bacterial contamination, I mean, I truly and utterly believe that time is of the essence. Again, the prices are comparable, and for the difference, we're better off keeping it in-house, and it's in case of the what if this ever happens.
I got it. Any other questions, councilors? Miss Auditor?
So Courtney, you hit on most of the things that I would have. I think actually in the general budgets, I think you touched on all of them. A couple of things that I just wanted to point out. Obviously, Courtney talked about the health insurance, the increase. It's the same that was done in personnel. Beth in the personnel office, after open enrollment, updated the spreadsheet, so those are snapshot in time for the open enrollment. The retirement number is based on the actuarial study and the apportionment due to the water enterprise system. Courtney talked about chemicals. The chemical bids came in on Monday, the 1st at 11 o'clock, and both Courtney and Tom revisited their budget. So we think that the 470 in her budget is a solid number based on the bid response. So, I mean, the budget was that late in the game. We wanted to make sure we gave the council as good a number as we possibly could to try to make sure the rate is as reflective as possible of the actual needs of the department. You'll notice that in the area that Courtney isn't typically the person that we talk to about this during this process. It will be Laura later, but while Courtney is here, you'll notice that there was about a little over 11% increase in the debt section of the budget. The ozone project, the Wading River project are two of the projects that we just went to market for. Laura got solid numbers on that a week ago Friday, so the Friday before the budget came down, which is why you'll see some modest adjustments, like in the Wading River interest, that adjusted. You'll see an adjustment to the ozone system interest. So those are solid numbers. Also in Courtney's budget is the transportation of OPEB. Transfer number for OPEB of the $51,250. That's the funding for the Water Enterprise Fund's contribution to the OPEB, again increased by the 2.5% based on the policy that's outlined in our study for that. Other things of note for this budget in particular, I'm not sure if the mayor wants to speak to it or if Courtney wants to speak to it. There's, on the revenue side, we did take a hard look, obviously, at the numbers. So within the budget, you'll see the rate study, and within the budget, you'll see the indirect study. That says, me sitting there as city auditor doing it, obviously the indirect study needs to be updated for future use. It's good form and good policy and good, best practice to do that. Again, we're still within the term that's acceptable, but we should revisit that. And also a rate study. The consumption numbers utilized are consistent with past practice to develop the rate. Last year's numbers in particular reflected the same conditions as we are right now. Courtney, I believe the water ban that's presently in effect went into effect immediately after the budget was approved last year. So we're pretty comfortable with the consumption numbers. It's not to say as a best practice we can't have a professional that comes in and evaluates it and says, are we doing it the best way that we can in order to make sure that we're on sure footing going forward. You'll notice that the budget on page 18 on the revenue side does use $120,140 of retained earnings to support the overall budget. That is less money. You can see that trend on page 19. You can see that last year to support the budget was $309,729.59 of retained earnings. First of all, we don't have that kind of money in retained earnings. The amount of available retained earnings to the Water Enterprise Fund at this moment is considerably less than where we were, last year. You can see that the proposed rate increase is 48 cents, right? You're going from 551 to 599. We also took a hard look at things like, the estimated energy credit, which is a program that there's revenue that comes in there. There's the workers' comp offset, the $36,720 on page 18. Is exactly equivalent to a line item in the budget for revenues that we received from a loss from several years ago of an employee.
Would you, for my curiosity, do a new calculation on the rate increase if there were no retained earnings used?
Divide that $120,140 by $15,017, and that's what it equates to. It's probably, I shifted so many times on that Monday, Councilor Conti, that the highest the rate was $6.15. The lowest it was the rate proposed, and some of that was because of savings that Courtney was able to do. So, 120,140 divided by 1 cent of rate generates $15,017. It would be about 8 cents, right? If my math is right. 120, 140, divided by 15,017. You'd have to increase the rate by another 8 cents. So the budget that I worked on and ultimately presented to mayor is to get off, so the rate would be 607 instead of 599.
Yep.
The reality is, we need to get off of using retained earnings
Yes.
to support the budget.
That's why I asked the question.
There are very large capital expenses that are coming for the Water Enterprise Fund. You have temporary PFAS, you have permanent PFAS, we have all sorts of things that we're looking at, SRF funding, opportunities to finance these projects as inexpensively to the ratepayer as we possibly can. But the fact is that these are expensive things that are coming down the pike. And we all are aware of, every time we open a bid, the price that we expect, the estimated price, we nearly faint. We have maximized present opportunities with ARPA funds for the Lindsay Street project, which was about 4.3-ish. I don't remember the exactly after that. The bid opened at over 7 million. We're contemplating and looking at how can we move forward with Bishop Street. There is the temporary PFAS project that we've done extraordinary due diligence, met with DEP, contemplated, is this the best route to go? I'm sorry if I'm talking about stuff that I shouldn't, but it's early, I know it's coming, right? But, what can we do? How can we utilize SRF funding? But those costs will increase this rate dramatically. So
That's exactly why we're having the conversation tonight.
they're coming. It's coming, and if the council has the appetite to start, and you'll see it in the wastewater side that we did raise the rate in order to cover an existing capital expense. We didn't do it here as much, so.
Thank you for bringing that up. I appreciate it. Councilor Dolan, you have the floor.
Thank you. So since we are raising the rate, and clearly it's dire, right? I mean, we know that wastewater's projects are huge. So Courtney, I'm wondering if we should revisit the fees that we didn't pass all of them last time. I'm wondering if we should revisit that.
I'm actually in the process of doing that right now. Well, because it's good practice. It's something I started looking at when I initially took over the department a few years ago. But I have been looking into it. One of the specific ones I've started looking into is backflow and cross connection. There's a couple different ways. There's things that we're regulated by, and then is best management practices as recommended by the state or American Water Works. And one of those is cross connections, and you can fund this program off of user rate, you can fund it off of fees, you can, there's a million different ways you can do this. But long story short, that particular program is business related. It's not residential rate related. It's something that a typical resident wouldn't get a benefit from. So I am looking at the testing fees and the survey fees and other fees related to that one particular program right now that would put the cost back on businesses and industries that we don't really like to hit either. But if it weren't for the businesses and industries, we wouldn't need this program and this personnel, if that makes sense. So I am specifically looking at that one, and I am still revisiting other fees, but that's the one I'm specifically focused on right now, that you might see something on soon.
Right, and so, you said the ratepayer wouldn't directly benefit, but you need retained earnings in order to function and have that money at the ready for your emergencies, which are big dollars. So when we do projects, regardless what they're for, we can't just be, I don't remember exact words when we discussed this when you came before the council, but we can't be losing money or breaking even on any major projects that we're doing in the city because our fees aren't in line with other cities and towns. So we don't want to do a huge project and break even. But anyway, that's my spiel.
Exactly. We really don't want the ratepayer to be paying the cost of, inspections of a new water main or, inspections of a new service and permits and things like that, when those costs should be belonging to whoever's applying for the new permit or installing the new water main. It should be passed off either on the developer or to those, moving into the houses that the services belong to.
Right. I wholeheartedly agreed with it then, and I remain in agreement with that, and I hope that you do revisit so we can be more in line with other municipalities and not just break even on all our hard work, or your hard work, your department's hard work. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Chair Conti, may I just,
Yes, ma'am.
just to expound, and the auditor will, I'm sure, back me up on this. In the course of all the conversations we had, the issue of fees and rates came up. And I can't tell you, more than once we heard that there were situations in which we were losing money because we do not evaluate our fees on a regular basis. I used to ask Jeremy for a fee schedule. We need a fee schedule that's fully publicly available and a fee review schedule. And we've asked every single department to review their fees, not to gouge the residents at all, but to not lose money. Because at the end of the day, we're gonna pay for it anyway. So it's important that we stay current, and so in fairness to Courtney, I too asked her, go through everything, how do we compare? And I asked every department head to do the same. So this body might be seeing some requests for a fee increase because we're in fact losing money on some, Councilor Conti, and that is ridiculous.
Well, you were a champion of that when you were a councilor, and I would expect you to be a champion of that as the mayor. And you have my full support because this retained earnings cannot be used. So I will be putting forth to the full council adjusting the water rate to $6.07 when that comes up for a vote. And I hope I get some support from the councils because I don't like using retained earnings, and I never have, so I'm being consistent with my past, as I hope you will be with the rates. I'm looking forward for you to lead that charge. Councilor, Mr. President, sir.
Thank you, Rick. So one thing that it's important to keep in mind, and Courtney and Gary, and I think Tom and wastewater, they're gonna see this more than anyone, is the state mandates. The state, the feds, they keep moving the goal line. And as that goal line moves, it's usually at our expense. So I think when you're looking at the fee schedule, when you're looking at raising the rate and understanding that it really warrants our attention to take a look at some of these projects. And I know, Courtney, the screens that you and I talked about back in February or I believe in your committee right now, there are things that we have to be able to plan for. We need to plan for the unplanned. And how do you do that? And I think by rebuilding the reserves and understanding and letting the residents understand what that means, what the impact is to them, it's scary. And Mayor, I'm not telling you anything you don't know, but, we've got an aging infrastructure. And that's going to come with cost. And where's that cost going to come from? So we have a lot of hard choices. I think the water and wastewater specifically are what keep me up at night when I think about this fiscal year's budget.
Well, thank you for that. I think the PFAS was a big surprise to all of us, and I, for one, am hoping that we can have water in Attleboro that meets the state standard, because I think that's better water.
So if I could just follow up on
Yes.
the comments about retained earnings. It is really important, right? If we had used, earlier this year, there was the whole matter of the backloader, I think it was, right, that we decided to finance. We'd have even less, right, available to even contemplate. Like, it makes me nervous. There is a matter that will be coming. We had a meeting yesterday, and I have to draft the letter. There's going to be the initial stages for the permanent PFAS project that we need to get some stuff done pretty quickly in order to be in line to do the application process for SRF. The reduced interest rates and principal forgiveness of SRF make it so worth our while to participate and hopefully get in line for that funding, right? But it costs $100,000 potentially, a ballpark, right, to get the engineering work done. But for ARPA, we'd be sitting here saying, you know, what are we gonna do? We're gonna fund that, the proposal to come to the council is for ARPA. So, yeah, retained earnings are critically important. The evaluation of the fees, not just for this, and, to set aside some of those fees maybe for some capital costs. That's something that Courtney and I had a meeting on a week ago, saying as we evaluate them, is there something that we should be carving out and propose that? So there's a lot of work to be done. And the only other thing that I actually looked up in preparation for the budget that I thought was pretty interesting, and I might get the number wrong, and Courtney will tell me if I have it wrong. For 100 cubic feet of water has 748 gallons of water. So the rate is $5.99 or $6.07 if that's what you propose. For 100 cubic feet of water, that equates to 748 gallons. So, I mean, kind of put that in perspective of the people who go out and buy bottled water, as I sit here with one, right? But I did have my thing filled with my water. So, I mean, I know it's expensive as homeowners and people that pay it, but good quality water at really at a reasonable price is what we have here in Attleboro.
Rick, can I just add?
Yes, go right ahead.
And I think that's the challenge with this
Yeah.
year's budget is how do we get to the point we need to get to? How do we give Courtney the support she needs to build, repair, grow the infrastructure without putting it all squarely on the back of the ratepayer? So it's certainly a delicate challenge.
So, any other questions for Courtney? Thank you, Courtney, for attending tonight. I think you got a preview of what's coming up. And thank you, Ms. Auditor, for your comments, particularly in the water department. And thank you, Mayor, for being here tonight. I look forward to seeing you again on the 23rd, as well as you, Ms. Auditor, on the 23rd. For my committee members, Councilor Cobus and Councilor Reynolds, if you just stick with me for a couple of minutes, there's just a few motions I'd like to take off of our docket so that we can clean up our business a little bit. The rest of you, thank you for attending. Good to see you all here. So, for my committee members, from the docket of May 16, 2023, the mayor respectfully submits a communication from City Auditor Deborah Gould regarding the 2023 snow deficit. It's recommended that the fiscal year 23 snow deficit of $207,984.93 be covered with available free cash in fiscal year 2023.
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Cobus. We've talked about this every year, and this is what the numbers came out to be. Is there any questions, comments?
None.
Seeing none, motion's in order. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes unanimously. From the docket of May 16, 2023, I entertain a motion to appropriate $207,984.93 from accounts 1000-359-000 undesignated fund balance free cash general government to the following accounts. To account 14231-000-519120, allowance meals, $1,398. To account 14231-000-513010, overtime snow removal, $43,649.92. To account 14231-000-548040, supplies equipment, $45,690.07. And to account 14231-000-529080, snow plowing services, $42,725.
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Cobus. Are there any comments, questions, or issues? Seeing none, the motion is order. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes unanimously. And from the docket of May 16th, 2023, I entertain a motion to approve securing a purchase order from funds in account 11241-000-530150 citywide special events professional services in order to sign a contract as soon as possible for a September fireworks display.
Second.
Councilor Cobus has a second. Are there any comments or questions?
I have none.
You have none? Cobus, you have
Fireworks.
none. I'm going to do a roll call vote. Councilor Reynolds, is it yea or nay?
Yay?
Nay, Reynolds, nay.
Oh, yay.
Yay, Reynolds, yay. Reynolds is a 4. Cobus?
Yay.
Cobus is yay. Conti votes no. Motion passes. From the docket of May 16th, 2023, the mayor respectfully submits your honorable body the annual budget. We can skip that. We can do the free cash. From the docket of May 16th, 2023, I move to appropriate $500,000 of available free cash from account 1-000-359-000 general fund undesignated fund balance to account 1-000-321-200 general fund balance reserved for expenditures. The purpose of this appropriation from general fund undesignated fund balances free cash is to reduce the fiscal year 24 tax levy.
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Cobus. Are there any questions or comments? Councilor Reynolds, are you okay? Councilor
Yeah,
Cobus, you okay? Okay, everybody's in order. The motion is in order. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes unanimously. On the next one, from the docket of May 16th, 2023, I entertain a motion under the provisions of Chapter 44, Section 53E and a half, as amended, to approve the expenditure limits for the following revolving funds outlined in Chapter 20 of the revised ordinances of the City of Attleboro for fiscal year 2024.
I don't think we want to move forward on.
We'll hold on that.
And I think we should have held on the previous one as well.
But we didn't, so
We
we'll
didn't,
have
so
to
we'll let
discuss
that
it.
one go, but
We'll let
yeah.
that one go. You can vote on the solid waste fee. You wanna
Traditionally, we
You wanna wait for a full
for
council?
all of those, yeah.
Okay. We don't need to worry about the enterprise funds. We're gonna hold off on the water rate. We're gonna hold off on the use of retained earnings. We're gonna hold off on the wastewater rate. We're gonna hold off on the appropriation for the retained earnings. I think we're done for tonight. Because most of these are.
What is the? Hold on.
We have one on the
I see
construction
the-
fund. On
Yeah, the construction fund and the opioid one.
Yep, we can do those. So from the docket of May 16, 2023, I entertain a motion to transfer $301,869.46 from account 3419-397-000 Attleboro High School construction, other financing uses to account 1000-39200 general fund other financing sources, and to further transfer the funds from account 1000-392-000 general fund other financing sources to account 1000-321-300 general fund reserve for premium DE payment.
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Cobus. Any questions, Councilor Reynolds? Any questions, Councilor Cobus? Seeing none, the motion's in order. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. And from the docket of May 16, 2023, I entertain a motion to appropriate $150,000 from account 1-000-321350, general fund reserve fund balance for opioid, to account 1-000-321200, general fund balance reserve for expenditures to fund the fiscal year 24 expense for the substance abuse disorder prevention.
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Cobus. Is there any discussion or comments, Councilor Reynolds?
I have none.
Councilor Cobus? Seeing none, the motion's in order. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. And that, my fellow committee members, concludes our evening. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Cobus. The motion's in order. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I declare the Finance Committee adjourned at 10:28. Thank you both, and thank Councilor Bennett for being a hanger in there. We're done. Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you.